everybody. All right, wow, what a beginning. I accidentally clicked one button and then I don't even click it the second time. Gosh, welcome. This is a interesting beginning to our Candela series because it usually starts off so moody, but here we are. I think that's what always happens with TTRPGs. It just evolves into funnies, but we're gonna start our in-between assignments story with the Circle of the Ouroboros. Previously, the Circle had solved a assignment that dealt with new or old fare with some sort of gyroscope and a bed route that had reached through a house, but this is taking place a few days after this. We are going to follow Magnus to start us off. What has Magnus been doing these past few days since the last assignment?
Honestly, a little bit of everything. I think this is like so old hat to Magnus that, you know, he keeps track of everything. He doesn't like forget, you know, it does wear on him a bit, but like he's got his routine. You know, he's sneaking around in Everette's home. He wakes up at a reasonable hour, gets a nice little, noshes on something delightful, has a little tea, goes on a walk around the neighborhood, pines for his lost love, returns home, sneaking in so Everette doesn't see, that sort of thing. Like he's got a routine. He's a man of habit.
Love it. But today is different. Today you are looking. You are in search of something. Mm-hmm. And it seems to bring you to the Enchanted Tales Boutique, the very same store that Aemmaline owns.
I have been spending a little time. I've been trying to find another hobby because routine is not enough. And one of the things I used to help what was the name? It was Grace, right? Was the Granny of
Edith?
Granny was Edith. Yes, Edith.
Yeah,
I don't have Grace on my page. Edith. Like one of the things I used to help Edith with so much was always looking for a new thingamajig or a little minorly effervescent magical item that, you know, it has some kind of like weird lore with it, and that always was very interesting, and it was never the same, and I want to kind of continue that in memory of kind of collecting some of these things and bringing it back to efforts.
Okay, well, there have been some of these sort of items that have found their way into the Enchanted Tales Boutique here and there. So, you make a stop there, and what is Aemmaline doing in the middle of a winterish day?
She would be in the back. There's like a person, I guess, that she's hired to like cover the front because she doesn't want to deal with people. So she's sort of in the back going through like ledgers and notebooks. Mostly lots of research of stuff that her parents had left behind that she'd never really bothered looking at before. But whenever there's free time lately, she finds herself going back to those notebooks and sort of combing through them all, trying to track down stuff that hadn't been accounted for.
Mm-hmm. You hear
like
the
bell on the door or something.
Yeah, I was going to say the bell ringing, and you just hear the boisterous yet very familiar voice of Magnus as he enters.
Oi, Aemmaline,
Aemmaline is in the back. Do you want me to go grab her?
Yeah, if you could go and grab her.
I'll be right with you. Yeah. One moment. And then...
Wait, who the fuck are you?
Stephen.
Oh, hi, Steve. Hi.
Yeah.
Why don't you go fuck off, grab Aemmaline, and get a cup of tea, eh?
Okay, all right. We don't need... Never mind.
No, respectfully, politely, go fuck off.
I don't know if those... All right. Anyways, he just goes into the back, and you just see this older woman that's looking at this necklace that just keeps on, like, darting eyes at you as you say politely fuck off. And she's... just sets it down, and then just starts looking around the shop a little bit more. But Aemmaline, you are brought to the front by Stephen.
So good lad,
She's gonna
Steve.
look at Steven and just go, shut it down for the afternoon and go get lunch.
Oh,
And she'll just like cast an eye at Magnus. She's going,
Right.
I have a feeling this is gonna take a while.
sure. Okay, I will do that. Miss Adams, we're gonna be closing down. I'll bring you to the front. I'll go get lunch then. And soon enough, the bell rings for the final time, and you are left in the Enchanted Tales, just the two
I'm
of
gonna
them.
start like poking around some of the objects, just kind of like back turn to Aemmaline. Oh, you got a pretty nice shop here, right?
I'm so tempted to treat you like a child and tell you to look with your eyes and not your fingers.
As I am touching like something very delicate.
Christ, Magnus.
I'm like rewinding a clock or something like. Yeah, there we go. That's the. No,
not everything
that's
is
the
a
right
toy
time.
to be played with.
That's kind of like at that. He kind of turns around. I agree. Not everything is a toy. But I'm worried that you're treating yourself like one. Something of low value. It surprises me. You seem all right. You're young, got your whole life ahead of you, and every time I turn my back, you're running in front of a gun or a knife. For what? It seems like you seem to enjoy it.
I like to protect the people I care about. I thought that's what I was doing.
Do you not care about yourself then?
I didn't say that. I just never considered it before.
Well, you should start reckoning it, I think. You told me that it's better to hurt than to not feel nothing at all. And that troubled me. I've heard that before. I've been around Aemmaline. I've been doing this for probably longer than you've been alive. And the people...
Do you even know how old I am?
I don't know, 16, 25, whatever. You don't got no grays in your hair. But, like I said, I've seen that before. I've seen that look. I've seen that lack of self-kindness in this field before. It's real easy to treat yourself as a disposable thing. It's very hard to take care of yourself. Then I'm beginning to worry.
When the people you'd like to notice don't seem to, it tends to drive you to do unexpected actions occasionally.
And you think not being seen will be made better by not being alive? Because that is the path you tread, my friend.
I would just like to not be invisible.
Who said you were invisible? I'm right here. I'm staring right at you.
I think we both seem to have an understanding that I understand that you see me. And you're not the person I'm talking about.
You got tea here.
I have vodka.
You don't got no tea here.
I don't drink tea, I drink vodka.
Do you have water and something to heat it up with?
Potentially?
Because I brought tea, so I'm just gonna go in the
You
bag. I'm gonna
brought
find something. You're gonna have a cup. You're gonna have a cuppa, and we're gonna sit down. And I'll proceed to like kind of brush past, go in the back, find probably what I assume to be an empty vodka bottle, pour some water from the tap, and then like start heating that up on a fire.
There are several vodka bottles. Like there's like a series, probably like a wall of just empty bottles of alcohol.
Take your pick.
Yeah. I'll get it all set up. I'm sorry, you don't have no cream, as far as I can say. No milk or no nothing. So it's got to be straight tea.
Sure.
Here's your cup. There you go.
Is it possible,
Hold it in your-
Johnny, for me to sneak alcohol from a flask on my hip into this cup of tea?
Absolutely. I mean, like, you're trying to do this without Magnus seeing?
Yeah,
Well,
like
then let's,
hypothetically finesse it.
I mean, you're absolutely able to try. So go ahead and do a hide roll.
Do I need to do a survey?
Well, let's
Well, it
see.
has to be
No,
hide.
because
It can't be control. Could it maybe be control?
Oh yeah, because slipping vodka in your drink definitely demonstrates control.
I will say no, because you were trying to do this without him seeing, and
Worth a
that is
shot.
very much a sleight of hand.
There's 2.
Then no roll needed on Magnus's side. You like turn away for just a split second, and you're about to say something, and as you turn back around, you just see vodka being poured into it.
I'm gonna notice
Defiling.
that I'm going to kind of like I imagine there's a table next to us. You set yours down. Is it possible for me to is it possible for me to do a hide to switch it around?
How do you aim to do the old switcheroo in this?
Oh, what is that? Is that thing over there? That's what kind of clock is that? Is it got the jewel face and everything? Where did that come from?
Go ahead for a hide roll.
I need. If a worst case, I just need those sweet drives.
Points.
Why do you think I wanted to finesse the vodka?
And would you look at that? The gilded was a 6.
Incredible.
Damn it.
Gonna take it.
So
I'm gonna take it.
It might
was
not
it?
have happened immediately, but once
no.
Aemmaline's guard was down, you taste it. And
Nope. I may have
It's-
failed. I may have gotten 2 1s. This thing is so.
How do you go
Gameplay
from
is a
a
little
6
confusing.
to 2 1s?
I looked at the bottom and it had the gilded die with the thing, but I guess it's the thing at the top. So I got 2 1s. So I failed.
Amazing.
I'll
Yeah,
take the
okay.
gilded though.
So, this is what happens with Magnus. Aemmaline, please narrate what Aemmaline does.
You point out the jewelry clock, and she doesn't even break eye contact with you, seeing your hands going for the cups, and just immediately grabs the one with the vodka in it and shotguns the entire cup of tea down immediately.
That can't be healthy, love. You can't be doing that.
And occasionally eat a protein, and just supplement it with vodka.
You asked, hey, I made a comment about your age. You said you are, how old are you?
Old enough to drink, Magnus.
How many digits in the first and second positions, please?
Well, there's 2 digits, and the first one's not a 1.
20, what?
20, none of your business.
It does start early, I suppose. Edith was like that too. Can never get an age out of her.
It's not polite to ask a lady how old she is.
Well, I just want to get a barometer for how young you are. And how you could have gone this far like this. I mean, when did this start?
My parents died when I was very young. And then I spent most of my life alone with nobody other than Courtney.
And I'm assuming this general temperament towards life is because Courtney does not see you?
Shove it down. Compartmentalize.
Shove what down?
All of it.
We mean all of it. You can't shove. There's only so much down. You're what? There's only so much down that can go. We're measured in feet, not miles.
At the end of the day, What matters most is that he's happy and that the people I care about are safe. My feelings on it are inconsequential.
I think when you say all that matters is that he's happy, I think Magnus like leans forward a bit to get like a better look at you. From what I can tell from your relationship, as an outsider perspective, I don't know everything. It seems like you're both kind of obsessed with making sure the other one is safe. And I don't know if you've heard of a term called codependency. But you seem to feed off each other's negative emotions more than your positive ones, and you kind of always one-upping one another into this apex of fucked up shit. And I just don't... outsider perspective, Courtney's older. Probably, it does not that he don't see you. It's that he just probably doesn't see you in the way that you want to be seen. Those are different things. An older man probably wants somebody a little bit older, probably somebody he doesn't have such a familial relation with. That's fine. That kind of bond between you, I promise you, if it were to become a thing, it would be sour from the start. There's too much there. You need to find somebody your own age. And I know I'm just an old fuck telling you all shit about your life, but the reason I am an old fuck is that I've been around. And I've seen these types of things, and I've been in these types of things. And to be honest, Courtney's a fucking piece of shit, love. And I say that respectfully. Serafine has got her tastes, and then evidently he's got quite a face. But let's be honest here. He is what he is. You are what you are. There's nothing wrong with either one of you, but together there seems to be something wrong.
I think I am what I am because of how he raised me.
He raised you. That's reason number one that you can never be anything more than probably what you are. And to be honest, that's a failing on his part. That is not your failing. We aren't responsible for the terrible things that happen to us, but we are responsible for how we handle them and move forward, love.
I killed someone 3 days ago.
You did.
You're the first person to come and check on me.
And that is not your failing. Honestly, I should have come sooner. We all should have come round sooner. That's our failing. And I can remind everybody else of that. You don't have to do that. You shouldn't have to do that. But I will tell you, in this line of work, bodies can stack. It's just, you gotta find your own way of dealing with it. We should be checking in on one another, but this is a new circle. The roots aren't deep yet. And honestly, you put on a pretty good show of seeming like it don't matter. Maybe everybody else thinks it don't matter.
It was different than what I thought it would be.
Was you first?
Second, I think.
Be honest.
It's all sort of blurry at this point.
You could have picked a worst first or second. I mean, the dude was a right prick. And he also caused a lot of deaths. You could make, if that's what makes it right for you, I think you should hold on to that. But at the end of the day, you made a decision. Right, wrong, indifferent. I think you made a good one. He would have just gone off and done some other fuck shit later. Probably hurt some more people. And he was working with very bad people. Yeah, it wouldn't, honestly, he was probably, his life was limited, honestly, because he kind of failed.
There's probably like a moment during that whole long thing that you said where you noticed Aemmaline physically sort of relax a little bit. Like the guard sort of drops ever so slightly. And it's like the first time you can probably properly see just how fucked up she is currently. The eyes are deeply sunken in and very bagged. Her wrists and hands are bandaged. And you can kind of see like dry caked blood on the bandages because she's sitting at like 2 body marks currently. She just doesn't look very well, but she looks relaxed, if that makes sense. And she's just gonna pause for a very long time and then look up at you and meet you in the eyes. I'll do my best not to be the first to throw myself on the fire. Is that enough?
You could be
for
the
now?
second. As long as I'm third, you can. But it's a joke. Joking. Just take care of yourself and don't take this the wrong way. You do look like shit. Shower. Solid meal. I'm gonna like take a bottle of vodka and just like roll it on its side. Solid meal. And then take some time. Have some fun.
I've never actually had fun. I don't know what that looks like.
Gone on a walk through the park or gone.
I don't really leave the shop. I go from here to Everett's and then wherever we go when we go on assignment. That's basically my entire existence. I don't even do my shopping. I send Steven to the store.
Shopping's one of the great. You don't like to go shopping. It's fun. Get to see what the deals are. You get to load up your little buggy with all the things, and then you can figure out what you're gonna cook yourself later, and then you ignore it all and order Chinese.
Steven?
What do you do with Steven?
Yeah, like, I mean, he seems to enjoy doing the shopping.
Well, I mean, yeah, he does. You're paying him to do a fun thing. But, yeah, about this. You don't know what about fun. There's always a show somewhere in New Fair. It's not always very good, but there's always a show. Why don't we go out and grab some lunch, go watch some shit show. We'll laugh about it later, and you'll have something to take your mind off it. And then we go to a bar afterwards, and you can drink out your skull or whatever.
Deal.
Well, it'll be a
Deal.
compromise.
Sold. That's all I needed.
I like to get right pissed every once in a while, so.
You're buying.
We'll see. You're the property owner. I'm currently living in somebody else's home.
Let's be realistic. I'm a trust fund baby. I inherited the store and all of the money that came with it.
Yeah, I'm the opposite of a trust fund baby. I'm a found child.
Magnus, do you need money?
No. I get paid by the circle. I get a little stipend, and Edith left me a little something to keep me going.
God, you have no... Let's go get lunch, and I will buy you lunch.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
I'll get you some proper tea, and I'm gonna like storm out.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So, you all leave the Enchanted Tales boutique a little bit higher spirits than before, which, I mean, the bar was so low already, so
Bar
not
was
saying much.
under the floor.
Bar was under the floor.
Yeah. But with all the talk of Courtney, let's move over to... We're going to go a little bit back to the night before. Courtney, after the most recent assignment, you found sleep to be elusive. The moments that you do have are filled with dreams of fog surrounding you. Figures moving past your vision, something just beyond the reach of familiarity. Each of these dreams since then, all ending the same. Violence, a struggle, and then the loss of something deep within you. But each time you wake up and the details are fuzzy, difficult to remember, but you know this feeling well. Being so close to magic and bleed during the most recent assignment seems to have reawakened some of your memories, though none of them just yet clear enough to decipher. What has been Courtney doing? Nope. What has Courtney been doing? Jeez, my God. What has Courtney been doing since the last assignment?
Courtney's been trying to maintain his daily status quo. He gets up in the morning. He makes a simple breakfast. He rolls his cigarettes. He moves about the house very autonomously. He keeps his body in shape. He tries to, keep it a little bit easy due to the fact that he's pretty beat up from the last assignment. He's doing a little bit of stretching in the morning instead. It's benign. It's banal. And he's writing in his journal. He's trying to cobble together a sort of body of evidence that his mind isn't failing him. And that, when he forgets something, that he can go back and he can check on it. And instead of questioning himself, no, I wrote it down in the moment. We are good. We are stable. I'm here. I'm present. He goes out. He does his bit of shopping. And like all the time, he's looking for Serafine, but not in a very overt way. He's hoping he bumps into her. He's hoping that she's not avoiding him. He's sort of just kind of floating through his existence and waiting for the next job to throw himself into.
Serafine, what have you been doing since the last assignment?
Avoiding Courtney. No, I'm just kidding. She's
Valid.
I couldn't resist. I think she's kind of nursing her wounds and dealing with the fallout of the bleed scar that she has. So I think she's mostly been taking it easy in her apartment, 'cause she did get shot. Though it was a graze, she did get shot, and is dealing with that. She also is dealing with some lack of mental clarity because she has some bit of a brain-related injury from the first job. And all of the plants in her apartment, even the ones that were basically dead, have overgrown. Her neighbors mysteriously have a overflowing, overgrown garden now. The presence just of her causes things to grow quickly ever since the last job, when she delved into blood magic, a forbidden ritual. And she's dealing with the fallout of that. So yeah, she's been keeping a low profile. She's not actively avoiding anyone, but she's also like trying to take care of herself at this time.
Has Serafine seeked Courtney out at all?
Probably. Yeah, I think she would have, probably done the same exact thing he's doing. Go out and about, maybe to the store that she knows that they used to shop at, and see if they'll bump into each other. And if she doesn't, oh well, it's not meant to be.
So then, one of the days that you go out, and you're going shopping more frequently in order to just accidentally find each other. And one of those days, it happens. Courtney, you are in the produce aisle and you see some of the vegetables and fruit there beginning to react. You think that's weird until you turn around and you find Serafine.
Hi.
Still getting used to that. She points to the fruit and things on the shelf.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm ever gonna get used to that.
We should probably, unless you aren't done, should probably step outside before this whole place gets weird.
I gotta be honest, I got eggs in this basket. I have like 75 eggs in my house. I came shopping looking for you. I bought a dozen eggs for the past, like, however, I'm not good at math. It's been a couple of days.
Maybe you should put those down. You don't need them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You want to grab coffee?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. And then he slips up for a second. He's like, my place?
Sure. Mine's
Okay.
kind of a mess anyway right now.
Yeah, I saw it.
Oh.
That's okay. Yeah. And then I'm gonna take Serafina back to the old place, and it's the same as always. No mess, no dust, meticulous, neurotic. Not a spot on anything. Clothes prepped out for the next day, laid over exactly where he needs them to be. It's, shoes shined, everything, every single detail that you can think of in military fashion, just top to bottom, meticulously organized, cleaned, and categorized.
You haven't changed at all, have you? Everything is the same.
Yeah, I've had to kind of keep things the same. It helps. Makes things feel more clear.
She looks kind of sad when you say that. Oh. That makes sense. How's the art garden going? Is it still...
Who fucking cares? How have you been? What are we doing here? I missed you. I have missed you. I don't want to make small talk again. I don't want to meet you all over again. What are we doing?
You said we were having coffee, but if that's not what we're doing, then that's not what we're doing.
No, I don't want coffee. I'll make you a coffee if you want one. I want to talk. I want to talk about us.
Let's talk then. Let's sit at the table like we used to.
Yeah. He'll pull her chair out, pull one for himself. I've been pretty lost since you've been gone.
I think we are both in the same boat. I didn't enjoy doing what I did. I did not enjoy leaving.
I looked for you.
I know.
I was never upset.
Yeah, I hoped you would be, but... I hope that would make it easier for you if you were mad at me. But...
I can never be mad at you, Angel.
So... I don't really know how to just pick up where we left off. It's been a year. I'm not opposed, but...
When you left, I didn't know anything about all this woo-woo magic shit.
Mm-hmm.
And now that I do, I don't care. At all. It doesn't make any difference. I don't feel any differently about you. I knew you were something special, but this is different. And that's fine. You know, the first thing that I thought of when I saw all these plants growing and stuff like that, this is gonna make the garden look cute. And that's about it. I'm gonna have to do more pruning.
This is very in character for you. You are. It would have been easier if you were like most men, you know. You were supposed to hate me. You were supposed to move on. But you're here now, so I can't change that. I did not make that choice.
When you find somebody that makes you feel the way that I feel, you don't get mad. You just work on it. You just be understanding. You just find common ground. I've looked at every single avenue that I can of why I could let you go. I tried thinking about it. I tried moving on, and none of it mattered. Not for a second. I just didn't care. I haven't loved you any less since the day you left.
And I have not loved you any less since the day I left. I never stopped. Just gonna take your hand.
You're gonna give a pretty firm squeeze. Then come back. Come home.
That's what you want?
Yeah, why not? We're both in it. Nothing more to hide.
That's true. You're going to let me ward the house.
There's never been... I didn't mind when you chose those curtains that looked terrible. I didn't care then. And this is for a good reason. No, black's fine, but oh my God, the dust for the road just keeps getting... Listen, I'm the one that dusts the curtains, all right? And the road's so close.
Okay, all right. We can swap them out. I don't mind.
Yeah, just like a burgundy or something, anything that's like, or something lighter. This is what I'm talking about. You just fall into place.
It's almost like we belong together.
He's gonna grab her other hand with his and like hold him nice, tight, close. What we do is dangerous.
It is?
There's a good chance we die.
There is a good chance we die.
And we're doing it for the greater good.
Of course.
Right? We're in this together, and we're gonna ride that knife's edge. And there's a chance I die. I'm not doing it without you. I can't do it without you.
I don't want to do it without you. But I did want a normal life for you. I know I should not go over it again and again. There's nothing I can change. I can't turn back time. Would if I could.
Sarah, I'm a soldier.
I know.
Born and bred. This is what I do. Pedestrian life was never for me. So, and he's going to reach into his back pocket and he's going to pull out a little silver cigarette case. You left this behind when you left. They're fresh rolled. I've been doing it every day.
She was just like, oh, I thought I lost this.
Yeah, no, you just forgot something when you left.
All right, I'll move back in.
Okay.
You didn't really have to do all of that to convince me, but...
Wow. He's gonna lean across the table. He's going to just place a hand on her cheek and kiss her softly. Welcome home.
It's good to be home.
So,
I just imagine all this happening in front of a mountain of eggs. just an
So
inordinate
many
amount of
eggs.
So they're not even in the fridge anymore.
Baby, I hope
Love
you're
it.
really cool with omelets.
I do like them. Maybe we should make something for the circle so we can use these up faster.
I'm going to make like 17
Cake.
quiches.
Ooh, that works.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So
Yeah.
we can do all of that, but
Yeah.
you have to help me patch up my apartment. My landlord is going to kill me. I've painted all over the walls. I think I've
Oh my
scratched a
God.
pentagram in the floor. Can you help me fix that?
amazing.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah.
Everybody wants to date the. Everybody wants to date the
Immediately
goth
gives him
girl.
work to do.
Everybody wants to date the goth girl until it's
Then they carve a
goth girl
pentagram in your
problems
floor.
come up.
I just got the one out of our house. Ugh.
Why didn't you just leave it?
Like, you know you didn't get rid of it. You put a carpet over it.
No, I painted it.
Aw.
So, moving from Courtney's house as you're both collectively walking over to Serafina's to fix all of the damage that has been caused, we move towards the end of that day. On the other side of town, Magnus and Aemmaline part their ways. And Aemmaline, you return back to your boutique alone. And the usual sounds that Stephen would be filling the shop with, or potential clients, the shop is still closed. So you are here in silence and alone. What do you want to do?
I think there's a comfort in the silence because that's kind of how her apartment's above the shop. So she would go in, leave a little note for Stephen on the desk that just tells him, like, clients who might be coming in the following day, do inventory. I will do my own shopping. You don't have to do that. Just like leaves a little note for him on the front desk. Goes into the back where she was earlier when Magnus came over. And the most alarming thing is she's sober. It's probably the first time she's been sober in several days. She didn't drink while she was out with Magnus. She probably would have pretended to. And at most had like a shot, but that's it. So she's basically sober, and she grabs like the pile of notebooks of all of her parents' stuff and brings it upstairs to her very depressing looking apartment that is mostly covered in dust, and all that's in there is a punching bag and an empty refrigerator. There are no eggs to be found, and like a tiny bed in the corner. And she just sort of sits crisscross applesauce on the bed, probably looking her age for about 3 seconds, and sets the pile of notebooks in her lap and just starts flipping through them, making notes.
Whether it's the sober you, or if it's this new life that seems to be filling Aemmaline with purpose. But as you read through, it's like through a completely different lens. Please do a focus roll for me.
Like, I had to check to see if that was gilded. It's not gilded. Yes, dash a 1.
Ooh, all right. You begin to find that some of these pages don't exactly make sense. They're not completely intelligible through and through. Which leads you to believe that there must be some sort of a code here. And it would require more investigation to crack the code.
While I was going through, would I have noted anything out of the ordinary in related to the missions that we've had recently? Like mentions of organizations, anything like that?
With the one, no, nothing yet. But the fact that there is some sort of a code leads you to believe that there is possibly some more information beyond that barrier. But you have unknown amount of days until your next assignment. And this can be something that you can work towards.
She's gonna set the books down in front of her and take a deep breath, and then unwind the gauze wrapping on her wrist, covering up her most recent scar, which looks like almost like a twisted burn wrapping around her wrist. From a distance, it almost looks like a weird scarification vine tattoo, but it's up close. It looks like a burn, and she like stretches out her wrist a little bit and then rewraps it, and then for the first time in a while goes to the punching bag and doesn't push herself to pain, but just refamiliarizing herself with her body and working out in like a healthy way, like just sort of like to a point of like, this feels good but not pain.
Okay. We move away from Aemmaline, and that very same night, the first night Serafine and Courtney are together. Serafine, you notice Courtney is having a terrible dream.
Oh.
You can see that his eyes are rapidly moving under his eyelids. You can see that he's tensing up. He's not moving completely, but you can tell that he's trying to get out of something.
Oh. I'm gonna like sit up a little bit and kind of lean over and just like touch his cheek.
It is very warm.
Darling, are you okay? She's like, she'll like gently touch his shoulder and like shake a little bit. Does he wake
Courtney.
up?
I would like you to roll me a focus or sense roll. You're muted.
Drive adds more dice, right?
Correct.
Okay, I will like to use one drive so I have at least a dot in either of. Oh wait, no. Yeah, you said focus or sense, right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, okay. We'll do sense and we'll do one dice. That's a 2. That's a fail.
Okay. Courtney, every time that you awaken from these dreams, as I said, you don't remember exactly what happens. It's fuzzy and difficult to remember, but you do remember the fight or flight feeling, the quick and heavy heartbeat the quick and rapid breathing, sweating, the darting eyes. The dream is the same, but you feel yourself trying to hold on to your neck and your head until finally you awaken, and Serafina, you just, unknowing that this is going to happen, you fall back and you just find Courtney in this state of panic.
I think she's gonna kind of sit up a bit, like fully now. Is he awake or is he still sleeping?
He's awake.
Courtney, are you all right? Is it another nightmare?
Courtney pauses for a second, looking for words. He's looking around for like threats. His hand is on the nightstand where he keeps a pistol in the drawer. Bad. It's a bad one. He
She's
sort of
gonna pull him close into a hug.
Yeah, they've been bad. I can't ever remember them. I'm running or I'm fighting something. I keep waking up in the middle of the night. I haven't been sleeping very well.
That's not good. Can I sense anything on him? Like any...
Go ahead and do a sense roll.
Cool, I got a +1 to sense. Because of my bleed scar.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, how do I add that? Oh, yeah, 1. Okay, we're gonna roll it. I got a 6. The gilded was a 3. I don't know. I don't remember what that does. It's been so long since we played.
You can decide to choose the 3 instead, or you could take the 6 for a full success, or, well, I mean, you wouldn't take the 5, but yeah, you would take a 3 for a failure, but get a drive back, or take the 6 for the success.
I'll take the success.
Okay. You can sense something since you succeeded. You pull out your sense to try and find what's going on in his head, and as you do, both you and Courtney immediately pop into this memory or vision. Courtney, as usual, your forgotten past is just that dense fog. You see a gray, depthless expanse that sheds no light on your history. However, now you begin to hear muffled sounds of cheers and laughter. You find comfort in this, almost like nostalgia, like something that was once lost is now found. And soon, you begin to see figures sitting near you. It's a theater. You then stand as the two next to you stand, following them into a nearby corridor. these people are the Cygnus family. The ones that you were made to protect. You remember there was something going on there. They had to meet somebody. You followed the steps that you had taken. You follow just behind them as they enter into an opera box where you find two dark figures standing in the fog. Going back to Aemmaline. Aemmaline, do another focus roll for me.
Daddy, why?
Daddy, why?
Daddy, why?
Father?
Daddy,
Father?
dash a 4. I can roll
Okay.
above a 3.
Next
God.
success. You begin to understand the code. After a few hours of poring over these books, you find backwards N's that don't make sense, weird shaped A's and J's, and you begin to piece a code together. It speaks of a meetup at the Meridian Theater. There's one letter that seems to have been their last. You continue to decode this, and you find they were supposed to meet with a few leaders of the Red Hand. Hand off a powerful magic item that they had found in New Fair while exploring. But the second half of this letter has a different cipher. It's hard to find who they were meeting and why. Coming back to Serafine and Courtney. You find these dark figures that stand in the opera box. Their voices similarly muffled. But as they approach, Courtney, you don't recognize them. But Serafina, you recognize them. This is your parents.
Okay.
As they all take their seats, Courtney, you take your seat 2 rows behind, watching and waiting for the mission to be completed. The cheers of the audience overlap whatever conversation happens in front of you until you see a small item exchanged. As quick as it starts, the meeting ends, and you follow the Cygnuses out of the box and back to their seats. The cheers continue until you look up to the box and find the Ladrones are not there. Quickly, the cheers turn to screams. You stand up and begin to look towards the Cygnuses, trying to protect them from whatever is happening, but again, just fog around you. You just see figures running every direction. Your heart is racing until you find this object, this dark figure, rapidly flowing through the fog, the most clear darkness. An omen. Your heart races as it slithers back and forth until finally you feel yourself bringing up your hands in order to defend yourself from whatever this is, but as quick as you bring your fists up, this thing wraps itself around your face, your neck, begins to choke you. It brings you down to the ground, and you feel your essence begin to leave your body. Darkness. Then, once the creature has its fill, it leaves it. Slithering away, this ghost-like snake with red eyes. Before both of you finally exit your memory, that has been the most clear your memories have been in a long while.
I think I remember what happened. I think I know what happened. I saw it. I saw the sicknesses at the theater that night. What? Okay.
So that's what happened to you. That snake.
What do you mean? You saw it too?
Yes.
He looks kind of puzzled. Yes, whatever. No better than to ask. Yeah, I guess it was.
Those two people in the dark clothes, how did you know them? Do you remember?
Oh, I didn't. They were just somebody that was doing business with Emmaline's parents. Some art exchange.
Art exchange. Is that what they told you?
Yeah, the Signuses were art dealers. As far as I knew.
You can tell Sarah looks upset.
What? What do you mean?
Those are my parents. The ladrones.
I didn't know your parents were art dealers.
They're not. There's no point in keeping this a secret from you anymore. I have to get used to that.
Okay.
My clan. We all work for the Red Hand. Well, I don't anymore, but they do.
Like the cabal of, like, the ones that we just kept that artifact out of the hands of. That's what you're talking about?
Correct.
Your parents work for them?
My parents are the Red Hand. Practically.
Holy fuck. Okay.
Let's not project that all over New Fair, by the way. I do not like to talk about it. Magnus already knows, and so does Quincy.
How the fuck does Magnus know?
Because he was in my previous circle before we formed this one. I left the Red Hand to join Candela.
Oh. So you're not on... Okay. I think yeah.
Not on good terms. No.
I'm not happy.
Agree with what they do and how they do it.
I'm not happy that Magnus knows. He's the worst person I know.
All right, we need to rectify that issue.
He's pushy. Weird.
He's a good man.
Is he?
He's been through a lot.
If you say so.
He has saved my life more than once.
Okay. I'm not going to be his friend.
You don't have to be his friend, but you should be a little nicer. We have to work with him.
He started it.
Do I need to sit you both down and end it?
No.
That's what I
God.
thought.
No.
You would not like how I would want to do that.
Do you have like a spell to make him not a dick?
Incredible.
Is that no?
How about I get you some water and she'll smooch on the forehead. You stay right here. Let me take care of you for once.
He like bristles for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Perfect. The night goes on. And into the daytime, we find ourselves in the Briar Green. This beautiful expanse of gardens and parks, but also the college, where Everette, you teach. Outside of the campus, we see Veronica Moore, the journalist that you had saved back in your first assignment together, entering in with a notebook and a map that she is trying to understand just before walking into a lecture mid-sentence.
Now that we understand the surrounding regions of Hardish and Rockmond, with the threat of the Ascendant Inquisition breathing down both townships' necks, we are now properly prepared to dig into the life of Captain Serana Augustin and how she ensured that the Battle of Stamdover Gorge was the least fatal of all of the War of Embers. By next class, I would like it all if you could read Chapter 8, and please keep in mind that not much has changed in the practice of the Ascendancy now as it was back then. Be prepared for discussion about whether Captain Augustine's motivations, reasonings, justifications. Please bring up your assignments to here, and I will see you next class.
See, everybody immediately after being excused stand up and begin rushing towards the front to drop off their papers and leave. And soon the room is empty except for one person, where you see Veronica. Professor. It's great to see you. Hi.
A pleasure to see you as well.
I hope this isn't weird. We were talking about possibly discussing more about Candela. So
yes, of course.
Am I supposed to say that?
It's probably not best to mention it if there were anyone around, but luckily there are not at the exact moment. There's, to ensure probably more privacy, we could go to my office.
Sure, yeah. Yes. Do you need me to carry anything, or?
I think, let me just get I've pulled down, I've got a map that's pinned up to the board of these districts during the War of Embers, and I pull that down and roll it up and slide it into a big poster, leather poster case, and I grab my folio with all my stuff, and he goes, I believe I've got most everything, except I grab my cup of coffee. Shall we?
Yeah. I was very interested to hear what you were saying about the War of Embers. Is that what you studied when you went to your doctorate?
Yes, it was. It's I find it a very fascinating era of history because it's really what created everything that we see here nowadays. While being probably the worst war that we've ever experienced in the history of civilization, it is still the most impactful for Newfair itself, bringing everyone to the Fairlands proper, and creating this portion of Hale.
I've only, with the last Great War, I haven't really been digging into history too much, but I need to interview you one day. We need to talk about this.
If you so wish, I do love to talk about it. It is a quite enjoyable subject for me.
Well, then that's what we should do.
Good. I would enjoy that quite a bit. Here. He fumbles with his keys and opens the door into his little teacher's office.
So,
Yes.
one of the main reasons why I wanted to talk to you was, do you have much experience with eons?
Personally, no. My experience with eons was the experience closely enough to what you had with eons. That was my first case as well, so I'm probably not the best to ask on the exact matter. Why?
I've been trying to learn as much as I can about them ever since.
Right.
Yeah.
The Faraday cage, yes.
I can't find much about them unless I'm not looking in the right places, and that's one of the main reasons why I wanted to come to you. Does Candela have any sort of information or any type of library that I can go to and...
We almost certainly do, from my understanding. There are so many damn books in my home. And I'm sure that Quentin also has a large variety as well. A Lightkeeper as he is. He should have a good deal of knowledge. And it's not like Candela has not worked alongside eons in the past and dealt with them previously. So the information should exist out there. I just haven't dedicated my exact time to it. As of current.
Quentin, right.
Yes.
He's like your leader of your group, right?
I believe that's what a Lightkeeper does. No one's super described it to me, to be quite frank. He usually gathers us all together and tells us to go off and do the thing, and then we go off and do the thing, is what it seems like.
Well, I don't want to keep you too much.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you have office hours or anything like that.
I do.
Should I meet you after you're done with class, and then we can...
That would be lovely, and I can contact Quentin, and we can I can see what he has, and I can go through Grandmama's stuff and see what all is there.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll leave you to it. I don't want to take up too much of your time while you're at work.
Please, Mr. Moore, it's completely understandable.
Okay. Well, I look forward to raiding the library with you.
It'll be a time.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you. All right.
Of course.
Have a good lecture or whatever you have left. Anyway, yes. All right.
And she leaves. Yes. All right.
A few classes go by, a few meetings, and you find yourselves at the tail end of the day. And Veronica, of course, is just outside of your office at around 5 p.m. waiting. Oh, okay.
Miss Moore?
It's good to see you. Were your last classes... How'd they go?
Oh, I only counted about a total of 3 students sleeping for the majority of the day, so I would say fairly successful.
That's a win. Okay.
Yes. Some people do get bored by the amount of politics discussion, but it is important to understand that part of history, unfortunately, even though it is the boring part.
I don't think the politics are boring. I think, like you said, it brought us to where we are. So, yeah,
yes.
We'll have to set up that interview. But anyways.
Certainly, yes. I would enjoy that quite a bit.
I'll follow you.
Of course, yes.
You make it to your house. The old creaking and out of place manor that sits within the eaves the eyesore, as everyone else would call it, but for you, it's home. You enter in. You find the books that Candela had lent you to make your home the chapter house. As you look through the books, Veronica, so how did you get involved with Candela Obscura?
Oh, my grandmother
I
fucking
can't imagine it was as
died.
bad as mine. I guess. Okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
No, that was unnecessary of me. Yes.
I'm sorry for your loss.
It is fully understandable. Some time has passed, and I've recovered very normally from it. But yes, that is what
I can see that.
drew me into it. She was always kind of the kooky weird one of the family that I was not allowed to see. So my time with her was very limited. Yeah, it is understandable. I don't disagree with the assessment, though I probably shouldn't speak ill of her in her own home.
You hear something like knock. You hear like a creak in the distance.
Oh, is it one of the? I pull out like a pocket watch. I've been told that there are hauntings at very specific times within this home, and that one was a little off schedule, I do believe. Curious. I pull out like a journal and like notate that down, like notate the time down.
Maybe it was what you were saying. Maybe it was.
She's displeased that I'm speaking of her as such. Yes.
You said that she was spooky, so.
That is always what my mother insisted. So but.
Well,
that's I suppose what got me into it. Is her death, and now I'm here. Yes.
What are you doing tomorrow?
What am I doing tomorrow? I believe I have some more classes and I have some papers to grade, and then I was probably going to very anxiously stare at a pile of books until I eventually fell asleep in the pile of them. But I believe those plans can be changed.
Would you mind if I borrowed some of these?
Mm-hmm.
And then, here, I can... She takes out a paper and writes down her address. If you're willing, I could borrow these, and then tomorrow, if you have time, between the sleeping and the anxiety.
What? I don't have that. I believe I can fit it in between my few anxiety attacks that I have every evening. I think I could cram an interview in.
Okay. Is there a Mrs. McRae?
No. I mean, that is a complicated question. My fiance is
sorry.
currently. It's okay. It's all right. Ever just stares at the middle distance.
Sorry, I saw your ring and I didn't want to.
Yes. No,
I didn't want to make anything weird.
No, it's fully fine. No, we are engaged as of current. I after I bought the ring from Miss Cygnus's shop, I tried it on a bit early and then it got stuck and I can't take it off now, so it just kind of lives on my finger, and I have to practice wearing it anyway for when we do have the wedding that we
they can.
I'm planning very soon. Yes.
They can resize those. That's
what?
Yeah.
Well, it's an antique. It's I believe it, from what I recall of it, it's not dated back necessarily deep to the War of Embers, but it's still a very old historical one, and she's a museum curator, so history shit.
Of course.
Yes.
History shit. Yeah.
Yes. Sorry.
Well, no worries. I wanted to meet her and say hello. Yes, that it would be nice to have her meet everyone, but she'll be back soon, surely. Okay. Well, I I think it's probably best that I leave. I don't want to make you
I'm
more
sorry. No,
anxious.
it's not, trust me, I make myself anxious. It's not, you don't have to do it as well. I can do that perfectly fine on my own. My body supplies enough of a supply of it. I said supply too many times in that sentence.
Why don't
An interview with you tomorrow sounds absolutely lovely.
I will take these books, if you're okay
Yes.
with that, to learn about
Yes, certainly.
eons. And then tomorrow, whenever you're ready, I'm
Yes, of
at
course.
home and I'm going to be studying these all day. So just
Yes.
go ahead and knock. I'll be there.
All right. Of course.
Okay.
Just it probably goes without saying, but a bookmark preferably, and
course.
annotations on your own sheaf of paper. Okay.
Right, yeah. I wouldn't dream of writing
I
in
just-
these books, and I won't leave them flipped up. Okay. I promise.
Thank you very kindly.
Of
Thank you.
course. Well,
I didn't even offer you any tea or anything upon entering the home.
it is all good. I will take care of these books. You
All right.
take care of yourself.
Of course, I always do.
Okay. Have a good night, Everett.
Good night, Miss Moore.
Veronica leaves, and you are left in the weirdly creaking house alone.
Shoots back, and Magnus is just like screaming into a pillow. This was like the most painfully awkward experience he's ever had to deal with.
I love
Also,
it.
the fact that just giving this random person are like very precious books. It is like there was a point where he was like staring at the window whether or not he
She's
should jump out
part
of it.
of our circle. She's part of our
Very good.
group.
When did
Very
Quincy
good.
process her?
Yeah.
Yeah,
When did this
She's
happen?
not here.
When did
When did
this
that
happen?
happen?
Who is
I
It
haven't
this
was
seen
off
the
person?
screen.
paperwork.
It was off
I
screen.
haven't seen the paperwork.
all-
Where's her
Okay, so
membership
we're
card?
saying it happened. Okay, fine.
Yeah. No. Veronica was when something like this happens to people, this is their catalyst moment. This is how they were introduced with Candela. So it's either
Okay.
you join Candela or some other things happen. So
Yeah.
she chose Candela.
This person is still very sus.
That framing of that Aaron is real sus. I need you to not.
What are you doing?
Just a waggling finger at the bottom of the frame. You gotta stop.
Love it.
And also just like, yeah, what are you doing tomorrow? I don't know. Maybe trying to find my missing fiance, but I can shuffle that to another day.
Push it back. We'll push it back.
What am I going to do about it? I
That'll
don't know
keep.
history. I don't.
Anything. Anything other than go on another date with someone else.
Anyways,
Love.
we are going to go to a quick break. We will be back here in about 10 or so minutes. So please stay here, chat in the chat, and we will see you all in 10 minutes. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Welcome. Yeah, that was on stream. Yep. All right, welcome back, everybody.
The
We are-
healing torch was denied by
A bike clone.
We're
Anyways.
adults.
Hello, everyone. We are getting back into it with the end of the night coming and a new day beginning with Serafine. After such an eventful night, we focus on you and your story. What would you like to do?
I think I would probably go to. This is the next day.
The next day. Yeah.
I would go to my apartment and get some things to bring to our
Of course.
house. Yeah, probably just doing my usual rituals on the daily, checking my wards.
Fixing the
just-
pentagram, of course.
Yes. Painting a new one on the floor, etc.
Of course, under the rug. That's also
Sure.
have paint underneath.
Maybe.
Okay.
Nice emoji.
So then, in the next few days, between Courtney and Serafina, is there anything that either of you would like to accomplish?
Probably moving all of her stuff
Just that?
back into the
Okay.
house.
Okay.
I think she would probably be checking on the artifact. Checking in with Quincy. Probably.
Right. Okay. So with the artifact, the gyroscope, that had been, of course, taken to Candela Obscura, the fourth Pharos, for more research and understanding of what was behind it.
And I would be expecting a report on that after it's been
you would be able to have a bit of a follow-up, yeah. You go to Quincy, and that's kind of how you are able to get information from within, but what he ends up saying is that this gyroscope seems to have been some sort of a battery of sorts. It seems to have been connected to some sort of magical mechanisms that this would then power.
Okay.
They're not entirely sure the depth of which that had been used or if it's been used recently, but that is what they find.
And I shared all of my notes with them from what I experienced because it's clearly like very old magic.
Correct, yeah.
With the tree and the roots and all the things. So I'm thinking about that. I know it's safe with Candela now, and I can't stop thinking about seeing Courtney's dream. I think that's a big thing that's really bothering Serafina right now. And I think she's gonna go to her old stomping grounds and pay a visit.
Okay. What does the Ladrone estate look like? I imagine they
It's
probably
huge.
live somewhere in the eaves, and I imagine it is fucking huge.
It's a giant house, very gothic style, very clean, immaculately manicured. There are people working on the grounds. There's so much space here. But it is an absolutely beautiful house. Dark and imposing, probably up on a hill.
I love it. As you are approaching this house, what is Serafina thinking?
She wants to know what the hell they were doing at that theater, what job that was when it happened, and what that snake was. I think more importantly, she wants to understand what that is. Because if she can understand what it is, she might be able to do something.
As you're approaching the house, it is very easily seen as one of the gardeners looks to you and immediate panic as they rush into the manor. One of the older gardeners, Rodriguez, walks up to you and says, I didn't think that we would find you coming here again.
Hello, Rodriguez. I am simply paying a visit. Am I not allowed in my own home?
Oh, that's for your parents to decide.
That's what I thought. You have a good day now. And she will continue walking confidently up to the main house because she fucking belongs there. It's her house.
Mm-hmm. He just watches you walk by. You enter into the large halls of the Ladrone estate. And as that happens, coming down the grand foyer stairs, you see your mother and your father quickly coming down the stairs to meet you before her. Raul and Odalis. Your father comes up. Serafine, it's so great to see you. What brings you here?
Not
Are
the
you
ship.
finally giving in?
Absolutely not.
I didn't think so.
I need information. And I have come to understand that you know exactly what I am looking for, so I will describe it and you can tell me whether or not you can help me.
Okay. Go ahead, but no promises.
You were in the... What is the name of the theater?
Meridian Theater.
You were in the Meridian Theater some years ago. And there was a snake with red eyes. Some kind of spiritual essence that was feeding on people. Do you recall?
Go ahead and do a read roll.
I'd love to do a read roll. I'm gonna use one of my drives.
Yes. Use your resources.
I only have one die. I got a mixed success.
Okay.
I have a 3 and a 4.
He
None are gilded.
looks at you and says, interesting. Why should I tell you anything about that? And what you can tell is he was very, taken aback. You can read your dad very much.
Oh,
He
of course.
rarely ever pauses. And when he pauses, you're like, oh, he has to
got
really
him.
think about what he's saying. And that, unless alcohol is involved, that never happens.
Puppy, it is not becoming to lie to your own daughter. I need this information.
You just see your mom. She's standing on the platform just before the final staircase that goes down to the ground floor, and just leaning against the guardrail, watching. You can tell she is not happy.
Of course she's not, bitch.
Listen, so actually, retcon that. He looks back towards her.
Mm-hmm. She
Sorry,
makes eye
Sarah.
contact with her mom.
I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm outranked here. There is something that you can do about it, though. If you're ever interested, we can talk details.
Now, what exactly is it you want?
Well, come back, live with us, do a
No.
few missions here and there, nothing too much.
No, absolutely not.
And then you hear her say, then you do not get any information.
So that is the price? I have to come home just to tell me what this thing is? That's it?
You need to be a part of the organization in order to know what happens within the organization.
It's always strings with you, isn't it? I am not a puppet, Mother. I stopped that when I left.
So, listen. What kind of reason do you have about needing How did you even know about the Meridian Theater? How did you even know about any of that?
Well, perhaps my power has exceeded yours now. Imagine that.
Scoffs from your mom.
You always said I was the most gifted.
Your father
I
just
believe
says,
it took something that I would like to fix. I'm trying to help someone.
your father just looks up to your mom. I mean, she's trying to help someone. She just looks at him, then back at you. Fine, do whatever.
And innocent.
She just begins to walk back up the stairs.
She rolls her eyes. But she looks at Raoul.
Okay, so that did not go very well, but this snake that you were talking about, I don't know very much about it. And I can't tell you exactly what happened that night. But
So it did not happen as a result of the deal that you made there?
You based off of that read before, you see like you're like really getting into.
He's like, what the fuck? How do you know this?
Yeah.
You were like 12 when this happened or something.
Exactly, right. Yeah. Go ahead and do
Or
a
young.
sway roll.
Oh, I'm good at that. I can do a little sway. I am not going to push myself for that. It's a 5. Mixed success.
I find myself for loss for words, and that usually doesn't happen. Anyways, I don't know how you found that. I don't know how you figured it out. All I will say, that night was not one of our best nights, I would say. There are a lot of things that you have to do in the Red Hand to prove yourself.
I know.
You know the basics. But there are some things that you have to know. Things that you have to do to show that you are willing to do what's necessary. That was one of those nights.
Like what? Killing?
Somewhat. I don't want to talk about the details. To be completely honest, I don't really want to talk about any of it. What I will do is I will go and figure out whatever that was. The snake.
So you don't know what it was? It wasn't your doing?
That was a bad side effect for what we did.
I mean, price for everything.
Yeah.
There always is. I would know. And she looks to one of the plants in the foyer that has started to overgrow, probably.
Ooh, I don't have a D6. I'm just gonna roll a D20 and see if we figure that out. That's an 8. Nope. All right. He just looks at you and doesn't really notice.
You should probably get that pruned. She points to the plant.
Yeah, I'll tell Rodriguez to get in here. That was it? That's all you came for? Just to get those answers? There wasn't any...
It's important. I'm trying to help people. Unlike the Red Hand.
Listen. I've already given you my spiel about... We help people just...
You had the highest bidder.
Oh,
Puppy.
Well,
And I'm not saying it's wrong, it's just not the way for me.
he just looks up where your mom was. I wish it was that simple.
She will never change, and that is fine. I won't either.
You are your mother's child. Well, is there a way that I can get into contact with you? We don't have your address, so...
No, and I expect I will not give it to you. But I can give you this, and she'll write down the address of her old apartment that she's not staying in anymore. There is a little rock by the door. You can leave a note there if I am not there.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry it came to this.
Me too. And if you have me followed, I will kill your scouts.
I know you're too good to send anybody after you. So no.
She kind of smiles because she knew he wouldn't do that to
still
her.
your dad. It's still your dad.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. Well.
She'll kind of peek up the stairs and make sure her mom's not there, and she'll give him a quick little hug.
He returns favor. I do miss you.
I know.
Just don't put a return address on. Just send me a letter every once in a while, okay? And I won't tell her. It'll just be you and me.
She considers, when I get time. My work keeps me very busy. My research takes up a lot of my time.
I'm sure. You can tell that he's getting a little choked up. Well, it was great to see you, but in order to quell the storm...
Appease the beast, I know. I will leave. Adios, Poppy.
As you exit.
Mm-hmm.
I love you.
She'll look over her shoulder. Te amo.
Closes the door, and you just see Rodrigo, like, giving you the fucking stank eye as you're walking by. And then
all these things are growing.
Yeah. The door doesn't close, because your dad goes out, Rodrigo, hey, we need to do some work in here, too. And he's like, all right. He just fucking goes inside. So.
She'll leave, but she's still gonna check and make sure there's nobody shadowing her.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and do a, what would that be? Survey roll.
Survey?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's a 3. I'm too mad.
You're unsure.
I'm too focused on not getting any answers out of them.
Yeah. So. We pull away from Serafine, and we re-enter into the McRae estate. As long as the cats behave.
She's fine. For now.
In the McRae estate, there is 2 inhabitants. One that, well, I guess both of them should be there. But tonight, Magnus, what are you doing?
I think Magnus has sufficiently recovered from just the epic awkwardness and just so many thoughts, and like there's so many things that he wants to say or do, but knows that'll kind of blow his cover. He can't always just like show up every time Everett's having a problem. So he's just kind of like, I think he's recovered and he's kind of in his secret little corridor hidden behind a wall. And he has decided that he is going to try and talk to Everette at some point this evening / today. Something's up with Everette. Like there's got to be something here. Like he must need advice, at least from Magnus's reckoning. He's just, this lost puppy dog is just willingly walking further into some of these problems and not averting any of them. So he feels like he has to help.
Amazing.
It's just figuring out how to make this seem natural.
Knock on the door. Randomly walking out from the bathroom down the hall that always makes noise at 6 p.m.
Like, does he really want to like hop out the window again to knock on the front door? Like, how is he going to thread this needle? So that's what he's doing right now.
Mm-hmm. What is Everett doing on this fine night? The same night that Veronica has left you.
Okay. I think that Everett is like at like the desk that he's set up, just like wherever he could find room for like his study with like all of his stuff, and like the papers that like he should be grading are like sitting in front of him, but he's got like a like glass of scotch and he's just staring at a picture of his fiance and just drinking.
Oh.
Magnus, how do you want to approach this as the night goes on? Because you're talking to him by the end of the day.
Yeah, I think there's like peepholes and stuff throughout the house, and like he like looks through and just sees this scene. Oh fucking Christ, mate! Jesus, fuck. How obvious do I want to be? I'm gonna roll for it. I'm gonna roll.
Do it.
1 through 3, I'm just gonna appear in the home. 4 through 6, I am going to knock on the door. It's a 5. I roll a 5. I'm gonna open up the window, slide out.
You hear a noise at just about the time that it usually happens.
I set down the picture. I pull out my journal where I've been notating every time I hear the sound, and it's like on a page that's titled like "Ask Serafina about specific ghost time."
Just gonna get myself prim and proper, and then knock on the front door.
I kind of don't toss the frame, but quickly set it aside again, and I go to the front door and open it.
I just was walking through the neighborhood. I know it's a little on the later side, but I thought I'd stop in and say hello.
Mr. McGillicuddy, of course.
You just call me Magnus, you know.
Would you like to come in, Mr. McGillicuddy?
No, I mean, it's so late. Sure.
I would offer to put as you would say, a cuppa on for you, but I think you would hate it.
How about I make you a cuppa then?
That would be why, because you would not like how I would make it. Typically, from what I've seen thus far.
Well, I mean, if you pay attention a little bit, watch how I make it, and you learn the right way, you'd be right as rain.
I mean, I know how to make tea.
Bruv, you scold the tea. I don't know how to tell you. You're not using a thermometer. You're not checking.
Well, you don't need a thermometer for it. It just needs to boil.
No, you need to boil it first. But depending on the time, you know what? Just sit down. I'll just give me literally 90 seconds. All
right.
Walk in, and as I'm doing that, I'm like moving things slightly as I see that they have been like removed. I'm moving them to their old location. The second I get into the kitchen, I, turn the kettle on and I immediately begin to like reorganize it as I know this kitchen.
Everett, go ahead and do a read roll real quick.
Oh, a read roll?
Mm-hmm.
A 2.
Never mind. Too focused on,
I don't have any points in that. Everett can't read body language. He does not get that. He is stupid in that regard.
He doesn't understand social cues on any
No, he does
basis.
not.
a non-drunk Everett might have noticed that Magnus knows a lot about this kitchen. More than he should. But a sober Everett we do not have, so it goes unnoticed as Magnus whips up a cup.
Nice cup. Give the cup. I just figured I'd come by, and I'm gonna move some of the chairs to where I believe they should be, and then sit in one of them. How are things?
Things are as they are. Can't say they aren't.
Everett, you don't have to not say anything. I assume I could see on the look of your face something's up, right?
Right. I believe this. Last I checked, the thing that was up last time is still up now. So,
That's what I'm
the
saying.
matter hasn't changed.
Just wondering if you wanted to talk about it is all.
There's not much to, I believe, talk about at the current matter.
So, you've resigned yourself to scotch and staring at a photo, I assume?
Pardon?
Well, no, like, see the scotch glass right there? And picture of, I assume, your fiancé there. What's up with that, then?
Man isn't allowed to miss his fiancée in his own home. Apologies, I will go find a better, more suiting place to be sad.
Well, that's
God
why I'm
forbid.
here. I was wanting to see if I could cheer you up at all, or if you wanted to talk about it.
The best solution, right, is that she has left me. And the only happiness that I've known my entire life is gone.
Yeah. I truly think, because Everett is, I think this is maybe one of the few times that Everett has fully opened up, and it's like just both barrels. I mean, you don't have to live your life in the worst possible outcome. You don't know until you don't know.
No, that's the best outcome. The worst outcome is she's dead.
No, the best outcome is that she's been hung up and can't communicate.
She's been hung up and not gone on a boat on a very important work trip that she was supposed to go on when her entire job is, like, her entire life is her own work.
Well, I mean, things is
The only thing we loved more than each other was her work.
Well, I mean, did you love her more than your work? Or did you love your work more than her?
I think it was just kind of like an understanding that, like, we very both care about our jobs, but then, like, past that, there's a certain point where you have to not bring your job too much into it, because then it gets too much, and then you get consumed by it.
Yeah. But all I'm saying is, have a little hope. It's okay to think about the bad things. It's fine. But just don't assume that is what's happened. Hold out a little hope. We can look for her. It's just been a couple of days. She's overdue a little.
I already went to the periphery to give them more of my statement and everything of the ilk, and they're looking into it, as they say.
Well, I mean, besides, if you asked around, I'm sure you have certain mutual acquaintances.
I don't have many friends in town.
I'm not talking
The majority
about
of the friends that we had are hers.
I'm just, that's what I mean. The majority of the friends were hers. Have you asked any of the friends?
From all they knew, she went on a work trip.
Oh, maybe that's just all what it is. All I'm saying is have a little hope. Don't wallow yet. Don't make any unreasonable decisions that might have grandiose effects on your future while you're feeling a little vulnerable.
Okay, like what? Go get like a piercing or something?
I mean,
Like
yeah.
that?
I mean,
Get a haircut, maybe. Or is that what
hypothetical. You're hypothetical. You're a bit down in the dumps, eh?
Right.
Sometimes somebody
Dye
will
my
come
hair.
into your life. No, sometimes somebody will come into your life, put you in a position where maybe they ask you out for lunch or dinner or something like that. You think the one part is gone. You don't got to worry about that no more. You've put it away. And then you kind of leave yourself open to starting a new thing when you really haven't put a cap on that old thing. And then there's going to be a moment when you kind of got one foot into each thing, and then they both come back and slap you in the face and call you a pig.
You had me until the last little bit, and I didn't understand how a potential new job would slap me in the face and call me a pig.
I'm just saying, don't make any, let's say, new female acquaintances and be meeting them mono y mono, you know what I'm saying? Don't jump into bed, if you will, with anything or anyone until you're fully certain that the whatever happened did happen.
What do you know about me, Mr. McGillicuddy?
I think with that question pointed at him like a gun, he truly has to like really think about what he's gonna say. I mean, Edith said quite a bit, and I know you're a
Did
young
she?
man. Yes.
What'd she say?
You're
No, I'm
very
intrigued.
intelligent.
What that
Very
old...
intelligent young man, even though sometimes you may, maybe don't have the most accurate social reading on folks. Said you had a good heart, and you tried very hard, and when you set your sights on something, you couldn't be stopped. Said when you wanted to become a professor, there wasn't anything, hell or high water, that could thwart you. Said that you loved fiercely, and that you found a good girl, and I just know of you what I know of you besides that. You seem like a good chap.
Curious. It's intriguing to know what my own grandmother thought of me.
She thought very highly of you, Everette.
She didn't make it seem that way, but that's great.
She left you all of this. She wouldn't have left you this if she thought that you weren't.
Well, who else was she going to leave it to?
There's plenty of people in the circle. There's plenty of people in Candela that she could have willed it to. Yes, your family, but if she didn't give a shit about you, which she very much did, you could have given it to anybody. She gave it to you.
I suppose so.
She brought you into this.
Oh, yes, what a joy. Remind me to thank her for that one when I'm buried next to her. Next time I get, I don't know, tangled up by some roots or something.
I think when you say...
Thank you, Mom.
When you get a little flippant, there is like a demeanor change in Magnus, and he's going to kind of like lean forward. His face gets a little dark. There's not a lot of room always for joy when it comes to duty, Everette. The reason we exist, the reason we do the things we do, is because somebody has to. And you've seen some of the others that wet their whistle in this world. They don't give a fuck about anybody else but themselves. There's a reason that she gave this to you. Did she think you were going to have a good time doing this? I truly think she didn't. Did she think you would be good at it? Yes. Did she think you had the moral fortitude to do the right thing, which in all honesty is the right, most important thing about joining Candela? That is why she gave you this.
Well, I'm glad then that my grandmother left me a life where I have very little joy. That's just what I wanted. A creaking old house that is empty and devoid of anyone I love or care about. And the threat of death every day, and the knowledge that everything I've spent my entire life learning is the half-baked lie because so much of the history has been forgotten and just ignored and kept from everyone else. What joy, what loveliness.
Like I said, sometimes there's not a lot of joy in this, but there is peace in responsibility sometimes. It's hard. Listen, Everett, I'm not telling you it's not hard. I'm not telling you this don't suck. But to put things in perspective, some people, a lot of people in New Fair don't have homes of their own. They don't have nothing of their own. And while this may not have been the greatest gift your grandma could have ever given you, it's not nothing. Us, this circle, your new family, ain't nothing. And if you willed it to be, this home could be as full as you like it. It's an opportunity. You could look at it as a burden, and it'll be a burden. If you look at it as a new shot at something fulfilling, it will be that as well.
Cannot make any decisions about the home until Sabella is here. It's going to be hers more than mine.
Why you say that?
She likes to decorate more. My apartment was very sad and she hated it quite a lot.
Dressings don't make a home, lad. This is your house. Nobody can take it from you.
I suppose so.
I feel like you're a little sad, and I'm not much one for physical contact, but if you needed a hug, I could provide one. Barring that, maybe we could share a scotch. Or both. I'll leave open both.
Let's start with the scotch and see what happens from there.
Sounds about right. How much do you know about your grandma?
That she is the reason that I have not spent any time with her. All because of her and her thoughts and beliefs about my father are why I did not stay around and why I was forbade to speak to her. So it is very interesting to hear she thinks so highly of me.
She thought very highly of you. If you'd like, while we share a scotch, I can tell you a story or two about your grandma and how and why she thought so highly of you.
Right. In which part does my mother's death come into it?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know much about that.
Curious.
Why is that?
But you know so much about my grandmother. It's very intriguing how much you know about her, honestly. You must have been very close.
We were quite close, Everett. We worked together very closely for 15 years. If you have a question, Everett, you can ask it.
What question is there to ask on it?
What would you like to know about your grandma and I? You seem to be dancing around the question you wish to ask.
What was
the sarcasm and the guff is fine because you're hurting, but I'm only trying to help.
What is your relationship with my grandmother?
Complicated to say the least, but for the better part of 10 years, we were a couple.
Curious. I'm sorry for your loss.
It is what it is, but thank you. And I'm sorry for yours as well.
Sure.
Now, how about that scotch?
I'll go get it.
Right. Man, didn't have to talk for so long. Love it. We pull away from the McRae estate, heading into a new day, next day after. God, I was so fucking invested in that. That was great. Anyways.
That good, Daddy.
That good.
That good what? What was it?
It was a good, Daddy.
Oh yeah, but what was that? That was the good. Our penis.
Oh,
Our
Yeah,
penis.
the art penis
The art
of this session has just been
was
so
great.
good. So good.
Trying
It's
to figure
that
out
good.
trying to figure out a way to be like, hey, don't fall into the soap opera trap of starting a thing with a new person while the old person is still off screen.
Just like Everette, invite that man to stay at your house so we can stop crawling out of windows.
Right.
Yes.
You hear after he leaves like 5 minutes later another sound.
Another
writes it in the journal. So
I was waiting for you to be like, yeah, let's have scotch. By the way, I live in your attic.
yeah, right. Yeah.
By the way, I live in your attic.
Smooch to grandma, live in your
I'm just
attic.
kidding.
All that information just at once. Yep, perf.
We move into the next day where Everette, let's start with you. A lot has happened in the last 24 hours, and a lot could happen in the next 24 hours.
Don't
You
be
awaken.
here. No. Put your damn face down.
Why does he just looks so concerned?
He's such a menace.
The eyes were so big.
So good.
Man, he is a menace.
So,
Pay attention to me.
Love him. Love him.
what is
pet on me,
Everett going to do today?
I believe I have some classes in grading to do, as I told Miss Moore the other day.
Of course.
So I'm doing that at the particular moment, as you know, after my kind of like morning ritual of just kind of gripping the edge of the sink and staring deeply into my own soul. You know, the normal kind of stuff
The
one
normal
does.
things.
The normal, yeah, just boy things. And then I kind of get it together and like go back to like my papers and my research, and I, you know, like flip through kind of like my own notes about the War of Embers again, kind of like gathering together like, you know, my favorite collection of textbooks and like prints of like art from the era to kind of talk about it, like, you know, during the interview, and have like that kind of set aside. And
Love it.
that's kind of what I'm doing, just getting ready.
Yeah. You,
Making some bad tea.
of course, right. Yes. Serafina, a new day is ahead of you. What would you like to do?
Well, you see, the stars are aligned in the way that I prefer, and the moon is in the correct phase, and so I'm at the university.
Amazing.
Everett hears the clicking of heels on the tile floor. Coming up to his office.
Just
For
continuing.
just a little,
Like, good.
just a
good.
little, just a little knock on the door.
Come in.
The door. I feel like she like thaumaturgies the door open. 'Cause it's just a little trick.
Yes. Love it.
Just a little click, and it goes creak open, and she peeks her head in. Are you
Miss
busy?
Ladron? Not at the moment. No.
She looks
Shuffles
around
paper
at
aside.
all the papers and things.
Yeah, it's like very dark office with like dark kind of like green painted walls and like a lot of like, I imagine the War of Embers art style to be very like medieval tapestry. So it's like a lot of like tapestries and shit like in here. It's very like messy, dark academia office.
She looks delighted as she's looking around your office because this is exactly her vibe. Oh, what a cute office you have. Look at these, they're beautiful pieces.
Oh, thank you. Some of my favorite ones.
So this is the subject you teach?
Yes.
You teach history. Interesting.
Did you think I teach something else? Like I don't know.
I expected maybe sciences. You seem to be very science-oriented. But you're a very smart man.
Thank you. To what do I owe the pleasure?
Well, the time is right, so I figured we could start your training.
All right. Great. Right now? Like now? Like right here?
Is now a bad time? I mean, we should go somewhere else, but
Right,
is
probably
now a
not.
bad time?
I'm for the most part done with classes for the day. I don't have something until later tonight, so I'm free.
All right. Well, then we should probably get off of public area.
All right. Do you have a what are we what's
Well, you said you wanted to learn some basics about what I do.
Yes.
She's choosing her words carefully because of where you are. And about, that world.
Mm-hmm.
So I figured I could show you some of what I know and what I can do to help you understand better.
That sounds perfect. Yes. I would like that quite a bit, yes.
Also, and she pulls like a little book out of her satchel and she opens it up to a page that she's got like a little ribbon in to mark the page, and you can see all these like star charts and like weird magic symbols and shit all over the pages. It's the right day for it. It's a good time to do this.
But in what sense is it a good day for it?
Celestially speaking, and spiritually.
Okay.
It's a good time to receive new information and also for me to do some cool things for you.
Okay, great. That sounds lovely then. Where do you have in mind?
We could go to the manor, we could go to the park. It doesn't really matter. There just doesn't need to be a lot of people around.
I mean, the manor is, I'm the only one who lives there, of course, so we can certainly go there.
Sarah knows that is not the truth. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yes, we will do that.
Perfect, lovely.
And
do I need to bring anything from? Do I need anything?
Well, if you want to take notes, I suppose you could take notes.
You don't think I have like he kind of like pulls like his like jacket aside to like books like just all crammed into his like thing.
I should have known better.
I always have at least 2 journals on me. I just have to take notes. I also have this one for you to look at. I've been notating strange sounds within the matter. This would be great, actually. I think we'll be able to line up, I think, with one of the times when the noises happens. They always happen very consistently. So you being there during this will be absolutely lovely. I have tried to like lay out. I've been looking at some books and I've tried like laying out the candles and like opening myself up, but nothing is communicating with me. But I do them at the specific hours of like the 3 a.m. the 7 p.m. one is very specific, I do believe, and I try at those times and nothing seems to occur.
And well, there are certain ways to get the spirits to commune with you, but you know.
Okay, lovely.
Sometimes it is natural as well. For example, for myself, it runs in the family. It comes from my blood.
I assume that we're like kind of walking and talking.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, you worked with my grandmother, yes?
Oh yes, for years.
Did she do the kind of, not that that's what you do, that's just
Wasn't Jonny, wasn't Edith more academic oriented like Everette?
Yeah, more academic in that side of things, but still definitely part of that stuff. Yeah.
Well, you know, she enjoyed some of the same practices, but she wasn't a practitioner. She was more like you. She was very learned. Not to say that I'm not, but she liked the books and the taking notes and the experiments.
And I have gathered from all the books in the house that are everywhere.
It runs in the family for you, just like it does for me.
I suppose so. It skipped a generation, it seems, but I guess it caught back up with us. So.
Well, we will rectify that today so that you can learn what you want to know.
Perfect.
So, what exactly is it that you are struggling with?
I suppose just like reaching out to. I don't know necessarily how to reach out and get something to talk back to me, or however. I don't understand also how you and Mr. the Great see like the things and experience the magics that you do. Like that's the part that I don't understand. Like I understand the theory of it very perfectly, but I don't understand the actual practicality of it.
She is just like, oh, okay. He understands it on paper. Well, you see, you must open yourself to the senses. You must work on the third eye. You have to channel such things, but you cannot just do that willy-nilly. And you cannot just do it whenever you want.
All right.
There needs to be something to pull from in order to pull.
Okay.
So if there are no spirits around, then
there's nothing
to get any results.
That's so strange because I feel like there's definitely something around.
Well, my philosophy, despite my line of work, is I tend to look to the mundane before I look to the magical. Sometimes old houses just creak.
I suppose I could get like a pest control to also come look. I just haven't found any like signs of like animal or something.
She is like, uh-oh.
And
I better warn Magnus after this.
It's also like the specific times. Like I've read that the like timing is very specific sometimes for these entities, whatever they are.
Sometimes it depends on the entity, but yes, the problem is it's very difficult to make general statements. It depends on the kind of entity, it depends on the location, it depends on the time of year and the stars and all of the things.
Okay, right.
When, for example, we happen upon a crime scene, like we did on our first job, because there was much bleed in the area, I was able to determine what was happening by opening myself up to it.
Right.
That does come with a risk, though.
Right. As of, I like look at a plant that's like kind of growing relatively nearby you.
Yeah, the plants in the room are just like overgrowing slowly over time as they're having this conversation.
Yeah. I have not apologized for that, have I?
Apologize for what?
For my ineptitudes. I was not able to assist you when we were procuring the artifact.
Everette, that is not your fault.
I mean,
Oh, my dear. No.
It didn't help the matter, but,
You are new to this.
right.
You cannot compare yourself to people who have been doing this for their entire lives. I have been doing this for much longer than most people. It is not your fault. I made a choice. I chose to do the kind of magic that I did, and these are the consequences.
And that was bad, presuming.
This
the way
is
you phrase
mild,
it.
actually.
Well, that I understand is mild, but the magic that you did is not good?
The magic that I did is actually widely considered to be forbidden.
Oh.
Yes, you cannot cut yourself and do magic lightly.
But it sounds like it would be a really cool element of a game that they would remove 4 games in and just call evil and not let you do it again.
Everett looks to the camera.
Just stares at the Dreadwolf, locks eyes with the Dreadwolf.
God. You've really got me with that one, goddammit. It's not your fault, and also that kind of thing, it's, you know how I talk about opening yourself up?
Mm-hmm.
Blood is the ultimate pathway.
Right.
It's a little bit hard to stop that kind of thing. Hence, points to plants.
Mm-hmm.
Alternatively, it probably could have disfigured me horribly. All things considered, this isn't too bad.
I suppose so. Yes. That is yes.
That does mean that I can't linger for very long in any one place, though.
Mm.
So that kind of phenomenon can happen, which is why you do not touch bleed. That's why we have tools.
Right. That part I've gathered. I'm still trying to not just start investigating things. But
maybe I could try something to allow you to experience.
No?
Is it okay if I touch your forehead? Just a little boop.
I see no reason why not.
Okay. I want to try to allow Everett to see spiritual energy in the vicinity of where they are. Kind of like open up his third eye just a little bit.
Sure. Go ahead and do a sense roll.
Yeah, give me the sense. I get bonuses to that. Because of my bleed scar, right? I always get the +1, I think.
No, so it's a dot. It's a dot that you get to add. So instead of just 2, you now get 3.
I thought it was dice. Okay. Okay.
You move one of your action points into a different place. So like your hide action loses that dot that you had in there, and then now your sense action gets those 3 instead of the 2 that you originally had.
Got it. I thought it was also dice. That's my bad.
No, it's all good.
Aha, it's a failure. 2's across the board.
Jesus.
Wow. Well, at least you get your gilded die, so you get a drive point back in intuition.
Yay. Okay.
As you put your hand onto Everett, Everett, you will feel this too.
Oh, good.
You are overwhelmed by this sense of darkness around you. This, like, oppressive force that in this quick moment of just barely touching Everett's forehead, it's almost like it is all around you within this house. It's hard to sift through the good when it's just so much bad. You feel almost like just a pin in this giant expanse of evil. It's overwhelming, and you immediately push yourself back out, and the room just feels a little darker.
She didn't even really get to touch her forehead. She stopped, like, half an inch from doing it and pulled back. I think perhaps I am not in the right state of mind for this today.
Is it always like that? The way that was?
No.
No.
No, not at all. I had a weird day yesterday, and maybe I'm just thinking about that. Sorry.
Quite all right. Could I get you a cup of tea or anything?
I can make some tea. We'll make tea.
No one likes it when I make tea.
I mean, if it would make you can make tea.
No, it's bad, and I understand that.
Oh, okay. Well, I learned from Magnus, and old habits die hard.
Of course. Yes, that tracks. He's the one that tells me I make bad tea.
He tells everybody they make bad tea. He doesn't even let me make tea, and he taught me how. He's very
I love
picky.
the canon that Everette is just bad at making tea, and everybody's like, no, that's just Magnus, and Magnus is the only one that actually is like, no, you do it bad.
I wouldn't know. I've never had the tea Everett's made.
Sure.
Then
Yeah,
no one
because
should.
well, I mean, Magnus always takes over anyways, so it
He
makes sense.
puts the tea bags in the kettle and then lets it boil. It's like watching a grown man murder a child. It's awful.
God. There's got to be a different comparison.
Yeah, there's got to be a different comparison.
Strangling
How
a
it is.
child.
That can't be it.
So
So-
they go about making tea, and they just keep talking, and
Mhm.
Sarah insists it is not his fault. Like, she made her own choices.
Of course.
If you're sure, if that's how it.
Darling, you are new to this. I cannot hold that against you, nor would I.
I just should be better at this.
You will get better. Do you think I was always good at what I do?
Yes.
I was not.
Oh.
Wow. She thinks for a second, well, maybe I was, but that is different. When you grow up in a family of people like me, it's easy. You were not afforded that kind of opportunity.
No, it was not recommended that I be near this home.
That is the norm for most people. I am not
Yes.
like most people, unfortunately.
For the better or worse.
Depends on the day.
Which it seems like, based on that, worse.
Today, yes, I guess so. I guess my chart was wrong, or maybe it's just me. She
Stars
shrugs.
are weird. Magic's weird. Maybe
Magic
this place
is-
is just weird. There's a bunch of stuff here that I don't know really where it's from.
Magic is very weird, but I had to deal with some family stuff recently, and I think I'm just all
I'm sorry.
messed up about it. It's
Family
okay.
stuff is difficult.
It is. But I mean, good things happen too.
That's good. It's
Yeah,
very
Courtney.
promising.
Courtney and I seem to have patched things up now, so that's nice.
Oh,
I'm
that's
happy about that.
it's very lovely.
Hmm.
I'm glad the two of you are very happy together.
It's a work in progress, but we'll get there.
Right. Good.
What about you?
What about me?
You seemed sad when you said that. You alright? You don't have to talk about it if you don't want
My
to.
fiance is missing.
Oh.
That's kind of why I wanted to sort of know the magic stuff more, so that maybe I don't know if you can like track
Find people?
Yes, that kind of thing.
If I had personal effects, I could try, but maybe not today.
Some of her stuff is upstairs, but I mean, yes, if the magic's been weird, then it's just also been like a month and a half, and I don't know if that alters it or whatever.
If it's important, then no.
All right. Curious. When the stars are better, perhaps then.
Yes.
But yes, that has occupied a lot of my mind as of recent. In fact, right before the last endeavor we went on is when I learned that information.
Is it all right if I take a day or two to clear all of this out and then I can try?
Of course. All the time that you need. I mean, the sooner, obviously, the better, but also the periphery is...
It's important.
Working on, yes.
But I want to make sure I can be effective to help you. Or see if I can help you. Depends.
Right.
I will consult the text. We'll get something figured out.
That would be very helpful. And then whenever you do, maybe then it'll be a better day for learning.
Good point. That might be a good learning experience for you, actually.
I mean, it would be an experience of a few varieties, probably. Not all good, necessarily.
Hopefully
Depending.
good ones. Hopefully good ones.
All right.
And if I cannot locate, perhaps the cards. We could try.
The cards... What? We play poker?
Tarot cards.
Oh. Right, yes. Those things. Keep finding them kind of scattered about the house.
Have you?
Like this one, like right, yeah.
May I? She'll like take it and look at it. Do I recognize this thing?
Yeah, I mean, you know tarot cards, absolutely.
Well, do I recognize like the art style or where it might come from?
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think? Do you think Serafina would have? I think so, but what do you think? That would Serafina have done any tarot with Grandma Edith?
Yeah, probably.
So then,
For
yeah,
jobs.
this is Grandma Edith's tarot deck.
This is your grandmother's.
Oh.
Interesting.
Hmm.
She'll hand it back to you. You're finding them around the house?
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't, and then I swear that I keep finding things and then I keep finding them in different places, and then the cards are just sometimes in different places, and I don't know.
She just kind of looks up. Edith, are you here? Give us a sign.
No.
Anything? Maybe it's something else.
I mean, presumably, right?
I'm going to have to check the wards on this house, I think.
Oh, there are wards here. Like what kind? Preventing of what?
I don't know if there's any. I don't know if Edith installed any.
Oh.
She never let me do anything to the house. Ugh, I have to ward Courtney's house. Ugh, I'll do it later.
Surprising that she didn't ward the house.
God damn it, I looked at the chat.
Don't look at it.
You can't.
Don't look at what's going on there.
I have to not look.
Y'all talking about this,
words.
and Magnus is just like gripped to a wall, trying not to move or make a sound.
He was in between going down the hall. He's like, "Oh fuck, there's two people now."
Well, interesting. Let me know if you keep finding these.
Of course. But it's very curious to learn that at least she didn't let you set up wards around the house. My understanding of her was she was incredibly superstitious.
She might have done her own, I don't know. We were pretty close, but it's not like we braided each other's hair and had sleepovers every day, you know?
Didn't gossip about the family or anything.
She spoke highly of the family. I think she always lamented that she couldn't be closer to them because of her work.
Curious.
But she never said anything bad that I can recall. That's how I knew who you were when I met you.
Right, that would make sense.
Face to the name.
Of
I think she
course.
had that photo somewhere, maybe. I recognize you immediately.
Quite potentially, probably a relatively young one, since that was probably before Mother forbade me visiting.
She would have had a picture of Everette as a professor.
Yeah.
I think it was more recent you were an adult.
Oh, yes, probably after I moved back here,
Yeah.
after the
Definitely.
funeral. Yes.
So you didn't get to spend very much time with her then, I would imagine.
With my grandmother, I still didn't spend a lot of time with her, but I still lived in this city for 3 years, and we hung out occasionally.
It's hard when you are in Candela and the rest of your people are not.
I suppose that's what it was.
You have to keep these kinds of things secret from outsiders. The point is to protect people who do not know about this world. That is why we do what we do. That's why you have to be okay with it being a thankless job.
That's understandable, but there are ways to do it, I would imagine, without completely ruining every relationship you've ever developed with your family.
She's like, I'm not the right person to talk to about this. Perhaps you are right. But sometimes it is slightly less painful to simply let yourself be alone in this world. I realize that is sad, but if you don't want to hurt people, sometimes it's better to walk away.
I suppose that's probably true.
That depends on your perspective.
I've not had time to think about my perspective.
No, that was mine, and here I am anyway. Courtney and I knew each other before. In case that wasn't obvious.
I gathered from context clues. The only one of everyone that I really vaguely knew before the funeral was Miss Cygnus, but that was because I was a patron at her shop once.
That makes sense.
For the most part, I mean, those of you the rest of you I barely know really at all.
Well, if you ever want to know anything, you can ask. I am an open book.
Never just feels like the right time, does it? It always feels like we're about to die.
Not right now.
I suppose that's
today.
good. Just all the darkness is just for the vibes. Not an impending doom or anything.
Oh, without darkness, you cannot see the light.
I suppose that's true. That's beautiful.
It is part of our lives.
Yes.
You're a good kid, Everette. Good man, I should say. I'm used to thinking of you as young.
Right, and I'm,
We are not that different in age either.
No. It's just, I suppose when you were friends with my grandmother and I am a child to her, then it varies. But
let's reconvene after I have some time.
yes, of course. And if we need to go somewhere else, or if you need me to bring any of Isabella's things along to someone not here.
I'll send a message along if I do not show up myself.
Right, I mean, you know where I'll be. That's one of two places.
Yes, you are very easy to find. You may want to fix that.
What, pardon?
I knew exactly where you were.
Right, I have a job.
It's very easy to find you.
Right, sorry, should I hide my office in an attic?
No
What do you-
anxiety
I mean-
unlocked.
No, I just old habits die hard. Never mind.
What are the? Do I have to hang out at other places?
Probably not.
Oh, okay.
Unless you want to. But it's good to switch things up and get out of the house. If you are always in one place or the other,
Well, then how other people find me? How would you have found me, or Miss Moore have found me, or anyone?
I have ways.
What is that? Oh, right, the thing. I suppose that's true.
Although I don't like to resort to magic for everything. If I needed to find you, I could. Get out of the house more, Everette. That's the
Alright,
point.
I will sit in the sun or something. I'll take my textbooks out there and read by sunlight.
Good. Fresh air.
Yes. Yes.
She will affectionately pat your shoulder. We will reconvene.
Thank you still for your time, Mr. Tron.
Of course. I have to be home in time for dinner or Courtney will get cranky. She will leave.
What are you all having?
Oh, I don't know. Whatever he makes.
All right.
It's clear who the wife is in this relationship, and it's not me.
We zoom out from the McRae estate. And earlier in this day, Magnus, you are on the hunt still.
Yeah.
Where is he going? What is he looking for?
The fake mission for magic-y goods to just have an excuse to talk to Aemmaline is over. Now the real mission begins. The only problem is Magnus has practically zero to no knowledge about how to get legitimate goods.
Of course.
Especially when they're magical. So he assumes that they're very fancy. So he's going to go to Silver Slip. He's going to go to that area wherever haughty people are.
Of course.
And go into an expensive looking store.
Okay. You don't find much in stores, but there is a little corner pawn shop that you find. And in there, you start looking around, and go ahead and roll a d6 for me real quick.
I'll do that physically. It's a 5.
Okay. So you enter into this pawn shop. What should it be called? The Silver Slip Silvers and Stuff. I'm trying to come up with something on the spot.
No, that's
Silver
good.
Stuff.
Keep it.
Silvers and Stuff. That's where you find this pawn shop. But you find this pawn shop on a corner, and there's a person coming out with this long diamond necklace. And as you enter in, you see there are a couple people looking around, and the older gentleman that's behind the counter is just talking to somebody, looks over to you and gives you a nod. You begin looking around, and something catches your eye. What is Magnus's bleed detector?
For him, that's a good question. I think it is I think it's a little, remember those memory stones you're supposed to keep in your pocket? I think that's his. It was a gift that he got a long time ago, and it's something he always got. It's like a good luck charm, also
like a fiddle kind of thing, or yeah. I love it. Okay, so
exactly.
As you're walking through, you're looking through jewelry and some mint coins, and one of the things, as you're kind of messing with the stone, it starts to vibrate a little bit as you get closer to one of the coins. and you notice this coin has 2 heads sides.
Excuse me. You know about this this coin here?
It's just a regular coin. I mean, one of the things is that it was misprinted.
No, that's it. Just got 2 heads.
Yeah, I don't know anything else about it. Why are you interested?
Funny thing. I'm interested. My dad had a coin like that. He said, make your own luck. Always comes up heads.
What's it worth to you?
Well, I mean, this is a place of business, right? You got like a cost associated with it. Like,
Coin like that ain't worth much. Let's say 2 bills.
do I have money?
Yeah, you have money, of course. You have a stipend, remember? From Candela.
Well, I just don't know if I have like a lot of money.
Yeah.
2 bills, 2 bills. Does 2 bills seem reasonable? I don't know what the
I mean, this is like a 25-cent coin almost.
All right.
He seems to
2
not
bills, right?
understand the value that this might have. It seems like just some regular guy that just happened to have been trading this coin for something.
What would you say to $1.5 billion then?
You really like it that much? Yeah, that's fine. I'll take it. Got it for pennies on
there
the
we
dollar
go.
anyways.
That's cool,
He
I
flips it to you and
guess.
takes your money. Thank you for your business. He goes back to the
Heads.
customer. He was
Heads. I get half my money back, right?
no.
Oh, yeah, it's worth a shot then. Hey, listen,
I like you.
listen. You got any weird shit?
Weird
Like,
shit.
like weird shit. You bought it, and weird stuff happens in your shot afterwards. I got a friend that's all into that, like weird stuff, like haunted, ghosts, all that thing's all the rage.
I got some like books back there that had some weird fucking symbols on it and shit. You wanna take a look? It's in the corner over there.
I've got a kid that I just met. I say kid, he's like 30 something, but he loves that kind of shit. Not quite. He's not a son. That feels wrong. But I know, not an acquaintance. That feels too vague. I'm just gonna take a look at that book.
Listen, man, yeah, just go ahead and take a look. If you want it, it's half off. It's been here for months.
I'll take a look at the book.
The book, like he said, has just a bunch of weird symbols all over it. Go ahead and do a focus roll.
Focus. I think I'm bad at though. 1 second. Wait, where did my thing go? Oh, there we go. Focus. Oh, I have one thing in there. I'll go for it. Oh. 6.
Okay. This book seems to be some sort of a journal, and one of the things that you do see is a Candela symbol. You flip through and you find a Candela symbol. You don't understand what these things mean. However, you do have a special piece of gear now that you can give to Serafine. I will give you the details of which later. But you did find something here that was a rare find outside of the coin that you still need to understand.
Nice. Yeah, I'll take this book.
5 bills.
I'll leave you 4. Here you go. There you go. 4 bills.
Fuck out of here. And he just takes the money.
money is only worth the value that we assign to it. So if you view those 4 bills as like you would as 5 bills, I have not cheated you at all. I'm saying this as I'm exiting.
Yeah. I love it. Is there anything else you would like to do?
I do want to head over to the Courtney household at some point. I do have a convenient excuse with this book.
Love it. Love it. You find the Courtney and recently Serafine household.
I'll do one thing before. I will stop at a relatively nice store and I will grab a pouch of tobacco. One that I would smoke, knowing that Courtney is also a smoker.
All right.
As a peace offering.
Amazing. You find the Courtney and Serafine estate, and I assume that you knock.
There is a part of him that's like, oh, the window. The window's only on the 2nd floor. That he's a fucking psychopath. He probably has a grenade attached to the sill. Yeah, I'll knock on the door.
So, Serafine is out. Serafine is with Everette. What is Courtney doing at this moment?
Making scrambled eggs.
I was going to say, just cooking, pounding eggs.
Cooking some eggs. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I have
that
a
makes
dozen
sense.
eggs in a cast iron, bit of bacon on the stove too.
All right. You hear the door as Magnus knocks on it.
Sarah?
It's Magnus, mate.
Okay. Come in.
All right,
Magnus,
I'm gonna.
As you open the door, nothing but just eggs hits you with that just strong scent.
Was there a sale on eggs, mate? You got a fucking pyramid over here.
No. Full price. Just like eggs.
You know what? I've come over here. Well, first of all, got a book for Serafine, if you wouldn't mind handing it off. Came across it while I was doing some other business. Seems like right up her alley. Thought she
You can
might
put it on the
enjoy.
table.
Put it on the table. And I realize that we may have gotten off on the wrong foot. So I have brought this gift of fine tobacco to you. I smoked it, not this one, but others myself. And it is of a quality that I think is admirable and fine. I'm going to just like place that very awkwardly on the table.
Thank you.
Now, I don't want to interrupt your...
Would you like to stay for lunch?
You know what? If I leave, will you eat all of those eggs yourself?
I was going to eat all of the eggs, yes. Yeah.
What the fuck? No, you know what? I've come in peace. I'm going, yes, I will share your eggs. I will eat at your table and of your salt and your eggs, because I don't see a single loaf of fucking bread. You know, I'm cursing again. I'm going to sit down.
I have a bread box. Listen, okay, hold on. Courtney composes himself for a second. Let me make you lunch, Magnus.
Oh, that's very kind.
Okay. Courtney is going to go and take a loaf of sourdough, take a couple of thick slices, fry it in the bacon grease, make some toast, bring out a nice marmalade. The eggs are dolloped with creme fraiche. There is a little sprinkle of chives and a bit of a cheddar inclusion. There is freshly squeezed orange juice, as well as, of course, the rasher of bacon. He puts it on a plate in front of you, as well as one for himself.
Very fancy. You do this every lunch?
I cook like this when there is someone in my life worth cooking for.
So you must be doing this all the time then?
Since Sarah's come back, yes.
Listen, I mean not. I came here, sign a truce, tobacco on the table. As
I
I'm
don't like you.
That's fine, mate.
I want to.
I'm trying to I'm going to be honest with you, mate. I'm trying to figure out if I like you or if I want to like you, but there is something that we need to talk about. Now, I brought the tobacco here and I'm eating your eggs because I'm trying to be nice because I need to have a tough conversation.
Okay.
The reason I don't like you is because you remind me a lot of myself and I don't very much like myself. But I have a feeling you probably don't like me because I'm a codgery old man that called you a fucking idiot to your face. But I felt in the time it was something you needed to hear, and I'm going to say it again. I think you're a bit of a fucking idiot. And I mean that politely. All due respect. But
okay.
I'm happy for you and Serafina. Truthfully, this life is too short. Love is the only thing that makes it fucking anything. But whatever is going on between you and Aemmaline is fucking fucked, mate. I know y'all have this weird dichotomy, one-up each other, you wartime buddies, whatever the fuck. War's been over for a while, mate. She's a person, a child. And something about your relationship, she sees you both as a father, I think, and as somebody that she has much affection for in a romantic sense, which is very confusing for a child. And all of your shit about stuff it down inside, mate, this isn't... People have to deal with their emotions, mate. I'm not it's obvious that something is wrong with Aemmaline, and you've yet to fucking so much as go over there and see if she's alive.
Aemmaline's a soldier, Magnus.
She's not a soldier, mate. She's a fucking child. I also hit my mouse.
Have you ever raised a child, Magnus?
I have not. But even though I think you have not, you have.
No, I did. I was 18 years old. I didn't know how to raise a child. I knew how to be a soldier. That's what I knew. I knew drills. I knew combat. And I knew how to teach someone how to survive. I don't know what to do about her. I just have to hope that she's good, because that's how I taught her. I don't...
Mate, you put yourself in a fucking box. You know how to do so much more than be a soldier. You made this great fucking meal. I went over to Aemmaline. She don't know how to fucking cook water, mate. You didn't teach her the very basic things that you yourself know. And that's because I feel like in the little box you fucking put yourself in your little depression and your little fuck me's, that you didn't even think that Aemmaline was a person that you needed to show how to cook. Because the army didn't show you how to fucking cook, but you knew how to cook. She's not a soldier. She is a person. You know how to be a fucking person, and I can tell you this, you were probably a better person before you went in than when you came out, because you didn't have all that shit in your chest and all those bad fucking memories. But you somehow managed to cave that fucking girl in and give her no support system. I barely fucking know her, and I'm the only one that... She killed somebody 3 days ago. Did you ask her if she was all right?
She has to be all right. This is what we do. This is what we fucking do.
That is not what normal people do, mate.
We aren't normal people, Magnus. No, it's not war. We're fighting monsters. This is worse.
Exactly.
This is far worse.
It's worse. We are normal people.
She's not gonna break.
Mate, she's broke. Just because somebody gets up every day and does the thing that you tell them doesn't mean they ain't broke. I've seen it. Have you gone by and seen her? How would you know she's broke? She only shows up to work. When you go to your 9 to 5. She does not have her own life. That's the problem. She don't have no hobbies. She doesn't know how to do life. She has an inherited business. And I'm not saying you got to go over there and play papa, but you could have to choose to be her friend. Not her drill master, not a fucking fellow soldier in the pit, an actual person that you go and say hi to and see how they, if you asked her what her day is like, if you asked her why she drinks vodka straight out of the bottle.
I didn't even know she drank.
She does. Try to make her a cup. Try to sneak it under my eyes. I'm not saying that Aemmaline is gone and never can come back, but she needs help. And I am trying, but I am just an old man she knows. You're the person that raised her. And I think your attention, whether or not that makes fucking hard at home with Serafine, is worthwhile to her. Now, put up boundaries. Be a father figure, be a friend, whatever you want to be, but do something.
She was supposed to be like me.
Mate.
I know, and she's fucking...
Mate, no, I gotta ask you, mate. Do you want her to be like you?
Magnus.
You know how you... No, I don't mean this as an insult.
No, I don't hate myself like you hate yourself.
I'm just saying, and I'm not saying it has anything to do with hate, but I've seen how both you and Aemmaline run into the way of gunfire and put yourselves in danger, and I've seen that's often, it's not, oh no, there's a smile on your face. You relish that shit, mate. Do you want somebody you care about to willingly run into gunfire with a smile on their face? And I think you have to ask yourself if you love Aemmaline, or is she a disciple, a tool to be used? That's buggered up. We all fucking hate each other and hate ourselves a little. It's fine. It's fine to hate yourself a little bit. We all do bad things. I think shame's healthy.
I'm
this
not...
generation doesn't love shame for some reason. Oh no.
No, I feel pretty good about me all the time. But that's neither here nor there. I maybe I should feel a little. I didn't mean to. I didn't know. I didn't understand. I was. It's what I knew how to do. It's how I know how to live. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying it was right. I was 18.
And she was younger then.
And she was 10.
It shouldn't have been, listen, it shouldn't have been you. It shouldn't have been her. She should have been growing up with her family, but we live in a fuck up world where fuck up thing happens. And you did the best you could. But the job's not over. And you as a person have changed. Aemmaline has changed. And you have choices now. People surround. I'm not saying you gotta fucking invite Aemmaline into your home and put her up and you know, she's got to be like your daughter now or anything. But
we'd kill each other.
Both of you have a family now, and it's a work family, and it's a little fucked up, and we all have our fucking issues, but both of you got to figure this shit out, and we're here to help. I fucking came here, mate.
How do I do it?
I think.
How do I start that conversation?
I think it's very hard. I'm not gonna lie. It's very hard, but it's also very easy. You just gotta ask her, is she doing okay? And then when she says that she is fine and then averts her gaze and tries to end the conversation, you push on it because you know that she's not. Because you've been told she's not.
Have you ever been struck in the face by a woman who can bend a cast iron pan with her bare hands?
No.
Okay.
But
all right,
I will say you could just bring, I think first time, you don't bring Serafina along, but you don't lie to Serafina, just talk to Serafina. I think as much as they seemingly hate each other, their common fucking bond is that they both love you very much. And I think they'll get it.
I don't know if you know Serafina like I do, or you know Em like I do.
Serafina is an incredibly empathic and incredibly understanding woman. If she can get along with an old fucking codger like me, I think she'll understand. And if she doesn't, I'll come over here and yell at her some.
You might have to.
I brought the book that gives me, that's my peace offering to Serafina. I'll wait here until she gets here. We can have a good old spat.
Why are you trying to fix everybody? And I mean that. I don't mean that negatively, but why are you trying to fix everybody?
I have a house,
Yeah.
a tombstone, and this circle to remember the love of my life. One of which I visit daily, one of which I still live in, and one is teetering on the edge of self-destruction. And if I have to come down here hat in hand and play fucking wet nurse to a bunch of children so that my Edith's life work can be done, I'll do it. And I'll do it with a smile on my face. Because it's worth doing. Because what we do helps people.
I've always just wanted to save lives and help people. I get it. I try to be good to the people I care about. I'm not perfect. I fucking hope Emmaline's okay. I gotta go talk to her.
I'm gonna hand on Courtney's shoulder. It's all right, mate. It is what it is. It's all right, mate. You tried, but you just gotta keep trying. And now that you know, you just gotta move forward with that. You did good for what you had, but you're more now, and Emmaline's more now. It's fine. Don't leave this room sad. Leave this room with a greater sense of purpose.
Can I tell you something that's kind of sensitive? Like, you can't really leave this room.
He looks around. Sure, mate.
I've got memory problems. I can't remember a lot of stuff. And a lot of that is Emmaline's childhood. And a lot of it is the things that I did. And the things that I do remember are, by and large, pretty terrible. And so I'm trying to be a better person. And I'm trying to just do no harm and make people feel good and save New Fair the ways that I know how, because the things that I remember doing were always, they were always horrible. I hurt people. I just did what I was told. And now I need to make my future good, because my past wasn't. So
I get that, mate. It's, as you get older, you tend to only remember a lot of the horrible things you did. And I'm a lot older than you, and I feel like I have a lot of horrible things that I've done. But tomorrow's another day, and the you that did those things so long ago don't exist no more. You that exist is standing right here. You're doing good, Courtney. And and as much as I give you fucking shit for it, you're on Candela, you're doing what you can. And I can't take that away from you. Nobody can. We've saved lives already.
yeah,
That's good.
yeah, we have.
everybody's got a shit past, mate. If we were all squeaky clean and had great parents that are alive, we probably wouldn't be going in dark alleys hunting ghosts and shit, mate.
My parents are alive.
Oh, well, that's nice.
Yeah, they just live in a different country.
Hey, congratulations, Mazel Tov.
Yeah. They were horrible, but...
Oh, well, now I feel rude, but hey,
yeah, but they're alive.
I get it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have to unpack any of that. I'm good about it. Actually, we're being honest. I'm really not good about it. But it'll be okay. It'll be okay. Yeah.
Courtney, it will be fine.
Yeah.
A new day. Yada yada.
Mm-hmm.
Eat your fucking eggs, mate.
How do you like them? How do you like the eggs? They're good, right?
Honestly, I've my meal situation has been more covert than I would have liked it recently. So being able to actually sit and enjoy a full meal is pretty good.
Well, come over whenever you like. We can have lunch a couple times a week and we can talk. Maybe if M doesn't twist me into a pretzel and throw me in the fucking river, we can all have lunch together.
I'd like that, mate.
Yeah. I'm gonna clean up and I'm gonna go see M. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Well, I'm finishing this fucking plate of eggs, mate, and I'm drinking that orange juice. And
well, it's
I'm
just the same. Well, let's eat up. Let's eat up. Yeah.
So, a not breakfast, definitely late
Brunch
lunch. Is had with a bunch of breakfast food. You finish up the plate. It's delicious. You clean up. And then the camera follows you, Courtney. You are going to the boutique, and you are going to confront one person that you haven't your entire life. How does Courtney approach this?
He's like standing outside the door. Aemmaline, I'm sorry. Hi, I suck. I'm your dad. You can't be in love with me. That's not right.
While this is happening on the outside.
And credits.
Aemmaline.
Okay.
Aemmaline, what is Aemmaline doing?
Need a second.
Yeah, that is. I love it.
Is it like late in the day?
It's like just after like 2-ish.
Okay. So it's not closing time, but possibly it's time for Steven to take a break.
Yeah.
So she would have told Steven to take a break and close the shop for lunch because she, again, canonically, does not want to deal with people. So while you're dithering outside, you would hear the bell and see Steven exit, flipping the sign to closed as he exits.
Hi, Stevie. Bye, Stevie. Okay.
Yep. Good luck.
Shut up. All right. Hi. Hello. Aemmaline. Knock, knock.
The door's not locked.
Yeah, I'm just talking from the other side. Hi. It's Courtney. Your friend. What's going on, soldier? How you doing? I'm fucking this up. I'm fucking this up so bad. Coming in. I open the door, walk inside.
The front of the shop would be empty, but you probably would hear a rustling in the back office, which is where she usually is. And she's just like in the back with piles of notebooks, still scouring through all of those.
Hey, kiddo. Fuck. Okay. Hi. How are
Courtney?
you?
I'm in the back.
Can I come in the back? I'm coming in the back.
Oh, okay.
Freezing.
Okay.
Okay. I walk in the back room. See all the books scattered around. I see the bottles of vodka. I'm like,
well, those are upstairs in my apartment.
oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, those are upstairs. But you would notice just the deep bags under the eyes. Her glasses are sort of on the edge of her nose. You can see the scar on her wrist because she doesn't have the bandage on it, but it looks like a burn mark from a distance. The scabbed over wounds across her knuckles. And she just looks like she hasn't slept really in days.
Hey, you look like shit.
Oh, that's polite.
No, it's not. I also look like shit.
I mean, I wasn't going to say it. That's rude.
And I know what it looks like when you're beat up and hurting, because I see it in the mirror more often than not. How are you?
I'm fine.
No, you're not. I've been told you're not, and I'm supposed to say that that's not the truth.
Who the fuck told you I'm not fine?
Doesn't matter. I know
think
that
it does.
now. No, it doesn't. Who have you told? You do the math. I know you're smarter than me.
Fucking Magnus.
We gotta talk.
Do we?
Yes.
Is this a I need to stop what I'm doing kind
You
of
should.
talk?
Well, I'd say yes. I think so.
She's gonna close the book and stand up and cross her arms and just sort of stare at you.
You're hurting yourself for other people.
So do you?
It's different.
How is it different?
I don't want to die.
I never said I did.
No. You didn't say it. Not with your mouth.
I don't like what you're inferring.
I've been pretty blind, but I do know a couple of things. Like when a soldier pops their head up, when they're currently in the trench under fire, sometimes they're not scouting anything. They're looking for a fucking way out. You have the same look in your eyes.
I'm sorry if your toy soldier isn't functioning properly.
You're not a toy soldier.
I am what you raised me to be.
I have treated you like one.
Was I ever going to be good enough for you?
I raised you. It can never be like that. It's not about good or bad. I was there when you were turning 13 years old. I had you hitting punching bags, doing push-ups. You and I have worked together close. I saw you grow up. It could never be that way. And it has nothing to do with who you are. Except I did turn you into something broken. And that's on me.
You were always the knight protecting me.
Nobody else could do it.
Did you... When you put the gun in my hand the other day, did you notice I was shaking? Did you see it? Or did you choose not to?
No, I saw it.
So why did you do it?
Because we had a job to do. Because I thought you were like me. Because we're saving lives. Sometimes that means taking them.
You always said there was a difference between training. When we trained when I was a kid, you said you never wanted me to see the damage, and then you put a gun in my hand and told me to shoot someone.
I did.
How am I supposed to be anything other than what you trained me to be?
Stop listening to me.
I can't. You are not my friend. You are not... You are my favorite person. I loved you. I love you. But I don't know how to be anything other than what you made me to be. I never learned otherwise.
You have a family now. You have examples. You have other people that care about you. And it's not just me, it's Magnus. Everette would care. Bart. Sarah eventually.
There's a wince in her face when you say Sarah's name.
I know that hurts. I know. I'm not going to make excuses. I was doing the best with what I had. My best was something that turned ugly. And that's just something I got to sit with. I can be by your side. We can do this all together. We can be a family, a real one. It's going to be fucked up. We're going to have problems, but you're not alone.
Did Sarah leave last time because of Candela?
Leave me?
I watched what her leaving did to you. You never said a bad word about her. You didn't have to, but I watched you break. Did she leave because of Candela?
She left because she was protecting me.
And now you can be together and be happy. Because you're in it now.
Yeah. Yeah, we can.
Which I suppose means I'm condemned to a life of isolation. It's not fair to bring other people into this, is it?
You get to forge your own path. And I'm sorry that the tools that I gave you aren't the ones that you need right now. But you're the arbiter of your own destiny. You get to make these decisions. You get to go down whatever road you want. You don't have to stay in Candela. You don't have to do this with us. You can go live a normal life. But if you do stay with us, you have a family, you have support. I can check on you. We can be... I can stop treating you the way that I'm treating you. I can stop treating you like a soldier.
She's going to close the distance the entire time you're speaking until she's standing directly in front of you. The tools you gave me are incredibly useful. And she's going to go to clock you in your face.
I don't move.
Amazing.
Do I need to roll for that?
No, absolutely not.
She's aiming dead center directly for your nose.
Feel the crunch. His nose has been broken before. This is nothing new.
Courtney. You have 3 body marks.
I do.
You are going to take a scar from this.
Mm-hmm. You see blood pouring out of his nose. You see his eyes, blood vessels in them break. You feel better?
I don't know.
You know, he takes a handkerchief out of his back pocket. A couple of weeks ago, I would have said that this is okay. You had to get it out. I can't imagine that we can keep carrying on like this. Striking at each other. Hurting. And then Courtney hits the floor.
Yep.
She immediately panics. And is on the floor trying to get him back up again.
The story is in your hands. Courtney, How long are you out?
An alarming amount of time.
Aemmaline, you are worried. He is not waking up. What are you going to do?
At some point, I'm assuming Steven comes back. She would go out into the front, probably freaking him out because she would have gotten his blood on her by trying to get him to wake up. And she's holding a piece of paper and just says, "Go to the McRae estate. I need Magnus. Don't ask questions."
Oh, okay.
Go.
Right.
Now.
Right. I will go. Yes, of course. And he books out of there.
And then she would head back in and drag Courtney upstairs to her apartment and get him into a place where he would be able to be comfortable, I guess, while he's unconscious.
Mm-hmm. Elevate the wound.
Yeah.
Everett.
Hi.
You get an alarmingly distressed bunch of knocks.
Yeah, I'm packing up all my books and things about to head out for my interview. I just kind of I go and open the door.
Hello.
Yes?
I don't know you. Are you Magnus?
No, there's no one by the name of Magnus who lives here.
Right, that was the older guy that came in. Where is Magnus? Magnus, you are definitely hearing him screaming because he is not keeping his voice down.
Not here. He doesn't live here. I'm the only one who...
Aemmaline told me to come here because he lived here. That is what she said.
Magnus is going to try and sneak out and try and go out the window.
Okay, go ahead and do a hide roll.
I'm going to do a hide roll.
I'm living for this.
A 5.
Okay, a 5. So
that gives me a drive.
Everett, Everett, go ahead and do a survey roll.
Yeah.
Because that's a mixed success. So I'll give you a chance here.
You know, I'm gonna use a fucking drive for this.
Hell yeah,
shit.
let's go.
That's a 5.
Okay. Here's what I will say. Since they are both mixed successes, you succeed, Magnus. You succeed in getting out. You make a little bit of noise because of how distressed you know the situation is. Everett, you hear a noise. You don't exactly connect the dots just yet. There was something that happened. And then immediately after, you see Steven look over. Magnus, I need you to come with me right now. Thank you so much. Come with me. There was a situation. There's blood everywhere. Just come with me.
Pardon?
I am not a doctor, mate. Who's bleeding?
I don't know who you are either. Just come with me. Aemmaline sent me for you.
Okay.
Thank you. All right.
This is my doing. I stepped in it.
Listen,
What?
I didn't sign up to be whatever this is either. I just signed up to be a fucking shopkeep. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Come with me.
You want to come along?
I suppose it's relatively on the way. If something's the matter.
Yeah, you got something going on.
Yes, but this seems more pressing at the current juncture.
All right.
So you all make your way back towards the Enchanted Tales boutique. And sure enough, you hear a bunch of scuffling happening on the second floor above. Aemmaline has shown you where the stairs are. You know where she lives, which is upstairs. So you make your way up and you find Courtney sitting in a position where his head is above his heart and blood all over Aemmaline.
Oh God.
You fucking kill him? Why? Is he dead?
I punched him in the face,
Set my stuff
which
down.
I regret.
Up.
I did not mean to punch. I did mean to punch him. I was angry. But
Mr. Osborne.
Yeah.
Slap.
Is your doctorate medical, mate?
Nope, not at all.
I don't know if a doctorate in history is going to fix his face.
Sorry, right, what are you going to do?
This was not the catharsis I thought you would have, Aemmaline.
I was mad. It felt. It is my fault. It's not my fault. It's a combination of both of those things. I think.
Can I investigate this man? Can I do some kind of medicine check,
please.
I suppose?
Let's see. What would we do here? We would do a
Courtney
focus
has a
roll,
first
I guess,
aid
or
kit on him.
control.
I would love to focus, and if Courtney has a first aid kit visible on him.
Yeah. Go ahead and do a focus roll.
Does the first aid kit give me an additional die?
I believe it clears a wound if I look at the gear correctly.
So this wouldn't clear a wound, but
it might thematically.
But it would bring you. You would come to
Smelling salts.
So, right.
Am I still rolling or no?
I'll say that this is just a thematic thing. You're not going to use your first aid in this situation. You still have it for later, but you are able to use some smelling salts and wake Courtney up so that he can have autonomy and how he needs to fucking take care of himself.
All right. Hello, Mr. Osborne.
As you're coming to, that's when you would take in the fact that you are now upstairs in her apartment. No, just you would notice that you're in her apartment. So like as your eyes are focusing, you would see how dusty and empty and lack of any personality this place has. There's piles of empty vodka bottles on the counter. There is just a bloodied punching bag sort of hanging in the corner. It's just a really sad apartment.
Oh, fuck, your page looks like shit. And then you just hear.
That's gross, mate.
You gotta learn how to set a nose. Oh, fuck. and you see his right eye, where it was already bruised and beaten, has burst, and there is just red across the whole orb. Ugh.
Fuck, I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
I'm a little sorry.
You're gonna be.
She's going to kill me.
Yep.
Just gotta get our story straight. You walked into a door, mate. That's
She's
what
not gonna believe that.
Not even for a second. She's going to kill me.
Listen.
Hey.
Listen.
Let's take this as a learning experience. How about that?
Sure, Dad.
That sounds weird, but it's better. It's a step in the right direction. Okay.
It's laced with vitriol.
Uh-huh. He doesn't recognize that. Actually, he does. He's learning.
It's a step in the right direction, though.
Okay. All right. So here's the lesson.
Is the lesson you're going to punch me?
No, the lesson is that actions have fucking consequences. And you're going to have
Sarah's
to go...
going to punch me.
No, you're going to apologize.
To you or to her?
To her.
I didn't punch her.
No, you almost killed me. I haven't been hit that hard since I played rugby as a kid. I was in a
It's
coma
almost
for
like
2
someone
days.
taught me to hit that hard. Whose fault is that?
Yeah, actions have consequences. When you're as strong as you are and you hit somebody, even a big guy like me, things get messy.
Someone's going to have to stop her. She's going to punch him again.
I think Magnus is starting to like physically
you would
kind
see
of.
her-
Fucking Courtney, Courtney
gearing
props
up for
himself up and just like he squares up. He's like, if you want to do this, he's like, I'll hit back this time. You get one.
I think we should all get past this idea that we can inflict physical violence upon one another for whatever reasons we
I
think
think
is
you're being a
fit.
pussy and you don't know what you're talking about.
All right. This seems fully unnecessary, all of you.
It's rude, Courtney, but you did just take a royal socking, so I'm not going to hold
I'd
that
like
against
to.
you.
I would like to toss it out there. No marks, no wounds. I would like to full on have like a fracas with Aemmaline, and we're gonna have like a cathartic throw down,
Like,
elbow
yeah,
in
yeah,
the
yeah.
ribs, like just
Understood.
We're gonna just lightly kick the shit out of each other for a minute.
Not trying to kill each other, but like trying to like
Not trying to. Yeah, just like listen here,
get
you
stress
shit.
out
This
in the
is not
only
how
way
you
that
fucking...
the two soldiers know how to do
Mhm.
it. Yeah.
Mhm.
Understood.
And then eventually be peeled apart by Everette and Magnus.
Right.
See Magnus, while this is happening, just the most stressed out he has ever been.
Yeah, exactly.
How hard are you actually hitting her? Because she does have 2 body marks.
No, nothing hard enough for a mark, but like I'm gonna like, it's gone from like, oh, this is friendly sparring to like, there's a bite mark, like, and he fights dirty and is pretty fucking mean about it. Like he wants you to remember for a few days that like you hit him so hard his eyes fucked forever. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that happens.
Yeah.
Magnus and
Gets
Everette,
pulled off.
you do your
Fucker.
absolute best, but you learn that
You're
these
being an
are
asshole.
2 unstoppable forces after each other.
I do feel like if Everett tries to intervene, he would get hurt, regardless of how much they're trying to hurt each other. He would take a body mark trying to intervene.
Yeah.
Magnus is holding Courtney back. He's like, he's got a fork.
think Magnus just opens up one
She's
of the
like holding a
bottles of
broken vodka bottle.
on top of them.
Come on, fucking on.
Can y'all please fucking stop? Jesus.
She's going to drop the bottle. And she's going to close the distance.
He drops the fork.
No more closing the distance. Just keep.
No, she's
Stop.
let me finish. She's got her hands up. She's like, she's going to close the distance. And it's deeply awkward and very uncomfortable. And she's going to wrap her arms around you and just sort of rest her head in your shoulder like she did when she was young. And she's going to stay there for what feels like probably an uncomfortably long time for everyone else. And then after a few moments, you can physically feel the break in her body.
Yeah. He just brings her
and then
in,
she's
he's like,
just fully crying on your shoulder.
it's okay. It's okay. There's a lot. It's a lot. I know. It's okay to break down. It's okay to be broken. You just got to put yourself back together. And we can't shove it down anymore. We can't shove it down anymore. Because I can't get hit like that anymore. Yeah, we can't get to this point. We can't do this again.
You're right. I'll apologize to you. I can't apologize to her.
You can.
I can't. I don't think an apology is going to stop her from killing me.
You would be shocked. You'd be shocked. Here's the thing about Sarah. She's the most powerful person I've ever met. She's passionate. She's so many things. And she's gonna be angry.
That is an understatement.
She's not gonna kill you, but she'd come real close if we started lying to her. And you didn't say sorry. We have to be honest. I'm gonna tell her you fucking hit me. I can't make you say sorry, but it's gonna help.
I'm sorry I fucked up your eye.
Yeah, it's pretty well. Yeah, it's not too good of an eye right now. See, he like wipes away a tear and it's just a streak of blood.
Oh.
Fuck. Okay. Yeah, I think you fucked me up.
Can I be incredibly rude for just a moment?
Yeah.
I think I'm owed one too. And she's gonna look at you.
Well, Magnus just is like,
From who? From Sarah?
You're so fucking stupid, Courtney.
What? From me? I'm sorry. Sorry. For everything.
Thank you.
Everette, unclench. You're gonna make a fucking diamond.
Oh, sorry. Right. Sorry. I'm glad that this is all sorted, it so seems. And I'm glad that this is going on while Magnus was also telling me that we were a big happy family. So that's very exciting.
Oh shit. Courtney.
Yeah.
I forgot because I punched you. In the notebooks I was reading when you came over, there was a secret code. Ooh. And she's fiddling with the necklace that you gave her. I went through and was reading stuff about my parents.
Oh my!
And
Courtney's eyes go fucking wide.
There was a code. It took me a while. I had to sober up a little bit first. But they had some sort of meeting with someone at the Meridian Theater.
I think I know how your parents died.
What do you mean you think you know how my parents died?
I don't think your parents were art dealers.
What do you...
I think they got into some bad shit and it bit them.
How long have you known this?
A day. Since last night.
Were
like
you going
2 a.m.
to tell me?
Yeah, I was. I I'm starting to learn that communicating with you is important, and I should do it often, and even when I don't think that you need it, even though you probably do.
She's gonna look over your shoulder at Magnus.
Yeah, Grandpa Maggie that's the one.
Magnus, but whatever. Yeah, it's fine. I don't like nicknames.
I got hit in the head real hard.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, this is. It's fine.
Okay. I don't know what that means, but it's something that we should probably unpack and talk about. But I don't know if it's gonna matter to you, but I don't, and it matters to me, but I don't know if it's gonna make a difference, knowing or not, or what we can change. But
Gonna make a difference. It changes everything.
Okay.
And you never talked about it the entire time. Anytime I brought them up, you would shove it down.
Okay. I wasn't shoving it down. I couldn't remember. Something ate my brain. Something ate my memories that night.
The notebook kept talking about the Red Hand.
Okay.
We should go see Sarah.
Might I make a little recommendation first, just as a bystander to this situation? Maybe a hospital first?
No, I'm fine.
He'll be fine.
You're crying blood, typically bad.
Yeah.
Like, I know I'm not a doctor, but that blood eye bad, from my understanding.
The blood eyes. She's gonna gather up the notebooks that are on the bed, just scoop them all up, and she's gonna look at Courtney. Realize her shirt is still covered in blood. Just go. Turn around.
Okay.
All of you, turn around.
I turn around.
Just go downstairs. I'm just gonna go downstairs.
Around or leave.
Right.
Yeah, Magnus leaves.
She's gonna grab a fresh shirt, put a fresh shirt on that's not covered in Courtney's blood. And then
you got one for me? I'm like covered in my own blood.
Fuck. You might have left some things here. She'll go to a drawer that she knows is full of your shit. Open it and pull out a fresh shirt for you.
Thank you. He takes everything off, chiseled, just 8-pack, ridiculous, just completely jacked. He flexes for a second.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
Completely shredded.
Man,
Cheese grater. It's a library between those fucking, pecs for days.
She turns like
ridiculous.
beet red. And then just poignantly stares into a wall.
Yeah.
Just shoots a Magnus downstairs, just like fiddling with the same clock, like
the same thing.
Wrong.
We move away from the boutique, and instead of following anyone else, we follow Everette on his way to an interview with a certain someone.
Yeah, y'all do that shit. I'm busy tonight, so I got places to be. Y'all can talk about whatever.
Everett, you dirty, dirty dog.
You follow the road to the address that you were given. How is Everett? Give us a insight on how Everett is feeling and looking right now.
Everett is the same as he always is, appearance-wise. Covered in basically, like long turtleneck, big scarf, big coat. It's winter, you were saying. He's dressed for the weather. He's got his satchel over his shoulder with a bunch of books. He's got a quickly developing black eye from engaging in a scuffle that got him a little too fucked up a few moments ago. But he's just, he's got his little note, and he's a little nervous because he has to do an interview, and that's scary. But he likes talking about this stuff, so that's very exciting. He's fully going into this as this is an interview. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You knock on the door, and few moments go by, no answer. Knock again. No answer.
I check the address again.
It's the right address.
Miss Moore? I'm just gonna... I'll try the handle.
The door is unlocked.
I crack it open like a tiny bit. I'm like, Miss Moore, I'm not trying to, I just, you hadn't answered, and I just didn't know if the door is very thick.
Your words are interrupted not by sound, but by stench. As you smell death.
Open the door.
You open the door. Monica's body.
Nope.
Veronica's body.
Yep.
Is face down on the floor of the living room, covered in blood. Her home has been completely torn apart. Papers on the floor, bookcases thrown to the ground.
Satchel falls off my shoulder, and I'm just kind of standing there in this open doorway.
Somebody has been here. But before we get any answers, we are going to end tonight's session there.
Dun dun dun.
Damn.
Daddy.
Everett's racking up dead shit.
Fucking knew
Like,
it.
like wild
Everett's
crazy.
not allowed
Are
to
you-
be happy.
Are you a dead girl magnet? Because
What does that mean?
Yeah, what does this mean for you?
What dead girls are around me aside from this one on the floor right there?
well,
And maybe
Actually,
another
that's
one?
what Becca was like. You know what? Can I just be a dead girl magnet, please? And I was like, yeah, absolutely. Sounds good to
Becca
me.
When
did
I,
say
when I
that.
wrote my character concept, I was like, hey, Jonny, you've probably never heard this
Listen.
one.
Look at me, the class dead girl magnet.
Yeah.
Let's go around the table and introduce ourselves and where we are and where we can find everybody, starting with, of course, Becca.
Hello, I am Becca. You can find me anywhere that I'm worth finding as Cool Armadillo. No.
Which is everywhere.
Oh,
Which is
lasted the whole
everywhere.
session almost.
I spent the whole session trying to get her to not jump up on that shelf, and she finally got up there.
Go.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
no.
At least they're
as,
precocious.
as for other games you can find me in, it's kind of everything's on hold until February once I move. But then you're not gonna see. There's gonna be too much of me, probably, hopefully, maybe. We'll see.
No such thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, shucks, stop. And hopefully there
Agreed.
won't be
What a
as
fantasy.
many dead girls in that game.
Woo! Hopefully no
Whee!
magnets for dead girls.
Yeah.
Anyways, moving on over to Whitney.
Hi, I'm Whitney, better known everyone on the internet as @SmokingGlueGuns, purveyor of shiny rocks, and now Game Master. If you want to find me doing that thing, tomorrow is Chapter 5 of the Veil of Atheum. It's our first one of 2025. I'm going to emotionally torture Storydad and some of my other friends as we jump back into where we left off rather climactically at the end of 2024. So yeah, join us there tomorrow at 10 o'clock Eastern as we continue telling that story. Or go buy my rocks and use code white privilege and get 15% off at smokingblueguns.com. That's a thing you can also do.
What was the other
And
promo
isn't-
code?
Oh, the other code is Black Power.
No, the other code.
Daddy.
Oh, Castle Rod.
No, one more.
Oh,
No, I said white
Johnny
privilege.
Daddy. We're talking about Johnny
no, that
Daddy.
wasn't
Johnny Daddy.
That one's not
That one
active
was so
anymore.
long ago.
Oh, it expired.
It's not active anymore.
Inactive. Boo.
It's inactive.
Isn't there like a amount of money that goes towards LA Fire?
Actually,
relief?
if you purchase, I have one giant dice rack. It's 110 millimeters. It's roughly the size of a newborn child's head, according to a NICU nurse. Right now you can get a $25 raffle ticket, and 50% of those proceeds will be donated to the California Wildfire CCF.
California Wildfire Relief.
That's
No.
the words.
Something.
50% of that, something like that. But it's being donated to help with the relief efforts over with the wildfire. $25 gets you a ticket. You get a chance at winning a giant 110 millimeter dice full of other dice,
It's a
and
good
hopefully do some good. So yeah,
It's a good dice.
we've already raised over $500. I would like to donate more.
The cat. I love it. All right.
I love your
Moving
cat.
on over to Ryan.
Hi, I play Magnus. I am Ryan Mossberg. I also go by Run DMG online. You can find me basically anywhere and everywhere, either Run DMG or DMG_run. I myself am running a charity drive this all January, raising money for Doctors Without Borders. We're less than about $200 away from 20 grand. I wish I could take more credit for that. Like 18 of it is the Jordan Brown.
Yeah. Jordan Brown is just kicking ass.
With his stupid superstar show with Brennan Lee Mulligan and Ivory Iyengar and all
Cheating. I call it
the rest of
cheating.
the people.
Yeah.
I call it cheating. But yeah, he's doing it amazing. That stream is actually coming up this weekend. It is going on the 18th. I think it's 3 p.m. Eastern. Don't double check me on that. It's going to be amazing. They are going to destroy Jordan. So please tune in and donate some money. I know there's a lot of charity stuff going on right now. So don't worry if you've donated somewhere else.
We're going to move on over to Mandii.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mandii, or the Mandii, all over the internet. I am a professional game master, and I teach RPG things and stuff. And I also work with MagiRPG, as well as running games on my own channel. That's it. I'm just, we're gearing up to. The first episode of Miss Lost of 2025 airs on Wednesday, the 29th of January, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on my Twitch channel. We are starting the winter arc. There's going to be new art and new music and new things and stuff. So definitely want to tune in for that. I may or may not TPK my players. And if they're watching, haha.
Incredible. And finally, Storydad.
Hi, I'm Storydad. I'm traumatized. You can find me all over the internet doing TTRPG nomad shit, doing hot boy himbo stuff all over the internet. I play on Castleton. I run Another World tabletop, and most importantly, bounds in a way, other than the stuff that I do here, which I love dearly, is Veil of Atheum over on Smoking Glue Guns' channel. It's one of the best experiences I've had at a fantasy table in my entire fucking life. Whitney is an amazing GM. You should watch it because she's usually gathering money for an incredible fucking cause, as well as telling some of the best stories that I've seen told in Dungeons and Dragons. Whitney's an amazing storyteller, and you should go and look at her stuff. Buy her rocks
out of the frame.
Yeah. Buy her rocks, and yeah, just follow her everywhere. That's what I'm plugging Whitney with all of my stuff. You can find me all over the internet though as Storydad or Storydad __. I'm on Threads and Instagram and all the other places. And I like eggs.
Yeah, I mean, that's very clear.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
How many eggs you
big
got?
egg
We've
fan.
learned
Like the most important thing about me,
never
big
would've
egg
guessed.
fan. Yeah.
There we go. Okay. We are getting links to everybody's stuff in the chat right now.
I think Proteus
or I
also
guess
wanted links to the
some
charity.
links. Okay, cool. Yeah, actually, let's get. I'll give you my team's link to the charity because here,
Tremendous.
let's do that. Got to do that.
Why'd I get my own exclamation point one? Get me out of here. Why am I special?
It has been climbing. We're at
It's because we love you.
No, it's not.
I was halfway through doing all of them, and then
$19,787.
there's that. There's
Hey,
the link right there,
Daddy,
and then
while
also.
you get your link, you need to plug yourself, Daddy.
Daddy.
Oh, I should do
yourself,
that.
Daddy.
Yeah.
Daddy,
Hi,
plug
I'm
yourself.
Jonny. I do things on the internet. Wow, I really stole from Mika there. I like running horror. So if you're watching me run something, it's most likely horror. I almost finished Curse of Strahd campaign. We have a epilogue that we're gonna get to. Don't worry, I'm gonna actually schedule it soon. It's just a lot that's been going on with the holidays, and then Becca moving, and then burnout because that's a thing. But it will be there. And I also teach you how to play Candela. So if you want to take a look at how to play Candela, I have a playlist on my YouTube page, and I'm pretty sure all the links and stuff are here because this is Talking XP. I'm Talking XP everywhere. So if you want to follow me, send me a message and say what's up, because I'd love to talk to you. Let's see. I think that's about
right
it.
up for me.
Yeah, that's about it. That's me.
Oh yeah.
And such a wonderful cast. I'm so thankful for each of you. You guys are great. You made an incredible story today, even though I didn't have anything to do with it, and it's great. It was
You
awesome.
murdered a woman.
I did do that.
Murdered.
I did do that.
You take credit for one thing.
You
it's
got to play
murdering
my
a
Yeah,
bitchy evil parents. I mean, that
I
counts
did,
for
and
something.
that was so much fun. Oh my
Dude,
god, I
the
love that.
accent
It was
work?
so good.
Daddy, I was so
Thank
impressed
you.
with your accent.
Daddy.
Thank you.
Can we
Daddy.
talk about the best? new
Also, I want to be
character,
clear
though?
to the folks at home. He
Daddy.
asked if it was okay to do a Latin accent with me.
Yeah.
This is why we
I said
love
it was okay with it. Yes.
This is why we love
Love
Daddy.
Consent is
Respect
important at
Daddy.
this table.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Care
That is
about
important at
those
every
things.
table.
Uh-huh. Yes.
What were you gonna say, Becca?
Oh, I was gonna say the most important character we met was Steven.
Oh,
Yes.
of course, Steven.
Steven.
Yes, how could we
We
fucking
need
forget
to-
Steven?
Actually,
We need to
Steven.
develop Steven.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll
New member
develop
of
him
the
all right. I'll
stream.
make
Even
sure that
our
he
new
has some sort of
Candela guy.
story.
Hey,
God damn.
everybody, can you
Stream,
put
also
on the
Donut
scene
Cat
list?
has to be on every stream going forward.
God damn it. I will
Donut
put
Cat.
that in the notes.
Steven.
Steven
Donut Cat.
starts the fucking session every. That's who we
Fucking
follow every
Steven.
single time. It's not even like part of the investigation. It's just Steven
We zoom
today
in on
is washing his clothes. And anyways, that's it for us tonight. Thank you all so much for joining us. Make sure to level up, and we'll see you all next time. Bye.
We love you.
Thank you. Goodbye.